morning, everybody. Please come into the plenary room. For those who are outside, please come in. We're going to start our second day of meeting. Thank you.
Welcome back to the second day. So we will start now. So today is again we start with the second diver on health and disease. I would like to introduce the moderator, Scott Newman. Today he will our moderator. But before he come on the stage, I would like to announce that FAO GASL have this leaflet on the registration desk. And at the back side, if you want to join them, so you just download this link. Please join, we have many languages, English, French, and Spanish. Thank you, and welcome, Scott Newman, please.
Good morning, Sawadee Kap. How is everyone? Great? I heard one great. Who said great? Oh, a couple thumbs up. Who listened to Tanawat last night and got a Thai massage? Put your hand up, because I ran into a few people who said they were going to do that. All right, I see a few happier faces, so great. I hope everyone's ready for another good day. Yesterday we really had a fantastic series of presentations and discussions. Today we're building on what we discussed yesterday, and we're going to focus on the health and disease drivers of change that affect livestock systems. And before we get into that session, as you recall, yesterday we had a video in the beginning on better production. Today we will see a video on better life. So let me introduce the video to start, and then we'll go into the session.
A better life for all is the ultimate result of sustainable livestock transformation. Livestock support the livelihood of hundreds of millions of farmers, from small-scale farmers with few animals of different species to large-scale farmers. Millions more along the value chain rely on livestock for their living, as it creates employment in feed production, animal health services, processing, transporting, and marketing. Livestock are ubiquitous. They support livelihoods in all natural environments, from deserts to high mountains. In small-scale production systems, as well as in arid and semi-arid areas, livestock also acts as an insurance mechanism and buffer, making households more resilient to natural and human-induced shocks. Livestock also directly supports the livelihoods of women who are often trusted to raise and manage livestock, such as poultry and other small stock sheep, goats, and milking cows. The anticipated growing demand for animal source foods in low-income countries provides major opportunities for livestock keepers to tap into market opportunities and improve their livelihoods. Financial services such as credit are enabling people in the livestock sector to invest in improved technologies, infrastructure and inputs, fostering a sustainable transformation of livestock production. Access to affordable and quality inputs such as animal feed, animal health services, vaccines, equipment and technical know-how ensures healthy and productive animals. Strengthening market linkages and value addition improves access to higher value markets, fosters fair trade practices, and increases income generating potential. The sustainable transformation of livestock systems will enhance the multitude of benefits that livestock provide to the livelihoods of men, women, and youth, creating millions of additional jobs along the value chain, and ultimately contribute to promoting sustainable agri-food systems, reducing poverty and hunger through investment, policy support, and rural transformation, fostering inclusivity.
Okay, thank you for a nice video to start, and keeping with the FAO themes, the four betters. Today, in this session, we're going to talk about health and disease drivers that affect livestock systems. We have, the way the session is set up, we have an introductory presentation and then two panels. The first panel will focus on the impacts of these diseases and this area of drivers, particularly on the regions that have all done a prior meeting and a prior discussion of these impacts at a regional level. And following the panel that's on the impacts, we'll then look at solutions that address these types of impacts. So 2 panels and then a wrap-up summary at the end. So without further ado, I just want to introduce myself. I've met many of you, but there's plenty of you who I haven't had a chance to meet. My name's Scott Newman. I'm the Senior Animal Health and Production Officer. I'm based at FAO's regional office here in Thailand. We're covering 47 countries in this region, from the Pacific back to Afghanistan and everything south of Russia pretty much down through Sri Lanka. So it's quite a big region. We have a lot going on, and happy to talk to you both within the session but also outside if you'd like. The first presentation that we have is going to be made by Ms. Tongkorn Miam, who is with Chiang Mai University and the Southeast Asia One Health University. And she's going to give us sort of a regional overview on these drivers of diseases. Tongkorn, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So may I have my presentation? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tongkorn Miam. So I am a faculty member of the Public Health Center for Asia Pacific, Chiang Mai University, and I also support the Southeast Asia One Health University Network as a Deputy Project Director in Transition Award. So it's my pleasure to be here, and an even pleasure that I just realized that it's Halloween Day and we celebrate Halloween days together in this room and also in the welcome dinner. Hope you have a lot of fun. My part will be just to entertain you in the morning before you go into the panel session. Okay. So let's say that I would like to share you my perspective on the regional livestock system. So in Southeast Asia, most of the farms or farmers in Southeast Asia country, majority is the smallholder, and I thought that the smallholder will be play a significant role in the community sustainability and food security. Okay, so the most of the livestock production will be based on domestic consumption, except some of the country like Thai and Vietnam that we also have some part that the livestock product was produced for exportation. So majority of the livestock product will be based on mainly it's chicken and pig. So that some part will be cattle, but the production, the quantity, the amount of production is not very high. Okay. Another effect that would be, I feel like the cold chain is more acceptable by consumer behavior, but the investment is still high, so that is not every places in the region that can, like invest in the cold chain production. But the behavior is also changed to be more healthier foods and safer foods in the region. So you might see a lot of the organic products, or the AMR would be more concerned by consumer. Okay. I have seen many presentations yesterday, and you mentioned already about the factor that affect to health of livestock system. I won't go to the detail, but just would like to give you the overview or the big picture of the climate. What is the factor that can be involved in the livestock system in the region. Climate change and sustainability is the environmental part and its global agenda. Infectious disease in the region, we face with African swine fever, lumpy skin disease, HPAI, it's more endemic, but still we need to face it and also affect the livestock system. Antimicrobial resistance, of course, this is also a lot of consumer awareness and a lot of, like many attempts trying to improve with the AMR, particularly they're concerned more in the food, right? Other effects like feed price and also COVID-19, you probably that is a little bit, like gone for pandemic. But we have to accept that the feed price or the energy price or the, like the mobility or labor cost is still have the effect on the livestock production system. So that is the driver that affect to our livestock system. And nowadays we're trying to, we call the term, transform the agricultural system into the most, like effective way and into the, like with less effort and more sustainability. So I just would like to give you some example that I feeling the we are now entering in the digitalization era. So the digitalization is not new, but for the livestock part, now it's become more, like popular and people pay attention a lot more on the data collection, for example, production, like a smart farm, a surveillance system, early warning and detection. One example in our country from Chiang Mai University, I'm not directly involved, but some of my colleagues is directly under this project. So we call a participatory One Health disease detection. So we're trying to build a surveillance system through the mobile application and encourage to be owned by the communities. So in our structure, a public health structure, we have a national level, sub-national level, right? And at the community, at the village level, we have public health volunteer in every village. And that volunteers also serve as the animal health volunteer. Most of them are the same person. So in order to early detection, so that volunteer would encourage to be trained for detect the abnormal situation or detecting the, like mainly with the abnormal situation and report through the mobile application. And this project was funded by SCORE Foundation and developed by the Open Dream. Okay. So not only the reporting system, the center, there are the system to report back and notify the government authority to take action in that community. So this is one example that, like in the animal health, not only the animal health, the human health, animal health, and other situation can be, like early detection, warning, and rapid response. I think this is very common in Southeast Asia to have that volunteer in the community, and we use that to complement the surveillance system also. Another aspect that I would like to emphasize is One Health, like environmental health, animal and human health. It's a collaborative effort to approach the health challenge, and if we are trying to improve or better the livestock system health, then the integrative and holistic approach would be more preference right now, and many people are talking about that. So as an academia and also working for the university network, I would believe in the education, right? So the education that is not only in the university, not only in the degree program in university or in any school, but also the continuing education during the service. So as a CEO of Southeast Asia One Health University Network, we are trying to improve or building the One Health capacity of the One Health workforce through the university network. So right now we are working with more than 100 universities in 8 countries in the Southeast Asia region. And this project was primarily funded by USAID and also initiated by USAID. The main target is to build capacity, a One Health capacity through the One Health workforce, which is very broad, like the One Health workforce can be anyone who working in the public health sector, animal health sector, environmental health sector, and not only the one who is already in the workforce. So if we are thinking about our future, that's why we would like to focus on the what we call pre-service, so the student in the university, and now we expanding to the school student, which we believe that One Health is a kind of mindset. So if we introduce that in earlier stage, that have a better result in the future. So that is our belief. Research to support policymaker as an evidence base, and also we would like to support public health capacity. This is our partner. There's a lot of partners here, and just to end my presentation, so I believe that the collaboration across sector, like ministry, university, policymaker, and private sector, will help better our public health system in the future. And that's also our livestock system would not be different. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tongkorn, for a really nice presentation, and particularly highlighting, I think, some of the challenges we face going forward related to diseases and integrating. Particularly, I like the bottom-up approach. So at community level, how do we address these issues? Because the eyes and ears on the ground who can detect things the quickest is not necessarily the government officials sitting in offices. It's actually the communities and the people that are working with the animals on a daily basis. So I think that that's really an important point to highlight. And as well, the multi-sectoral approach. We're going to turn now to invite our first group of panelists up to the stage. So can I please ask, representing Latin America and the Caribbean, Mr. Luis Gustavo Ribeiro, who is a researcher at the Brazilian Agriculture Research Corporation, to come on up. For the South and Southeast Asia region, Mr. Sindhura Ganpati, the principal advisor to the Prime Minister in India. A third panelist will be attending and joining us virtually from China, Jia Yaozhong, the Science and Technology Management Division of the Institute of Animal Sciences from CAS. And then from the Oceania region, Mr. Ian McConnell, President, Global Roundtable for Sustainable Beef. Can I ask the panelists to all come up? Okay, in this panel, what we've done is we've actually asked each of these panelists to consider from their regional perspective 2 important elements. One is the main livestock production systems and the types of animals that are prevalent. And then the second is to think about the impacts, the impacts of diseases in their regions and which production systems are impacted and how they're impacted. So without further ado, I would like to ask if we can hear our first intervention. I'm going to come up there and join you now. Louise, would you be willing to start us off with the Latin America perspective?
Hello. Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank Scott and my colleagues here to be part of this panel, and gratitude to be here in GASL meeting as a representative of Embrapa in Latin America. Thank you very much. Yesterday I had a wonderful day here with nice presentation and discussions. It was hard for a lot of things, a big jet lag. But I'd like to highlight another important thing. I had the opportunity to have a lunch with the youth representative of GASL and Mika from the University of Berna. And one of them, Mika, said, the human lost the connection with food. Yeah. And at the end of the day, I felt a good jet lag. And I followed the Mr. Tanawat recommendation to get a Thai massage. It was wonderful. It's magic. I lost my jet lag. And it was wonderful, and suddenly I remember some phrases from Otto Scheimer from the U Theory book, and I would like to read some phrases. We live in a time of profound disruption, which is shaped by three major divides. Ecological divide. The disconnect of self from nature shapes the ecological divide with unprecedented levels of destruction and loss of nature. This divide can be summed up by the number 1.5. Current, our world economy uses the resource of 1.5 planets. The second one is the social divide. The disconnect of self from others shapes the social divide, with obscene levels of inequality and loss of social connection. This divide can be summed up by the number 8. Current 8 billionaires own more than half of human mankind. And the last one, psychological divide. I think that message can help. The disconnect of self from self shapes the psychological divide with drastically increased levels of burnout and loss of meaning. This divide can be summed up by the number 800,000. Suddenly, every year, more than 800,000 individuals die by suicide, which 40 seconds we have on suicide around the world. It's good to say it. And yesterday we see some discussion about some people asking for peace. We have war. And I think that the result of all of this noise that we have in the world can be translated to bad animal production system too. And other conflicts, probably like the wars now, are due to this profound disruption. We are connected here by GASL, but are we really connected? As Mika said in my lunch today, the human lost the connection with the food. And yesterday, I saw the presentation of Miss Madhu Dhingra, I don't know if this is a good pronunciation, showing us the high impact of African swine fever, avian influenza, and COVID-19 around the world. There is evidence of signs. I think that's not a drive, it's signs that our farmers and farmers can be disconnected from the nature like humans are disconnected from the food. Our teenagers are thinking they can save the world by drinking plant-based beverage. There are a lot of misinterpretation. We need to change it. We need to think different strategy of communication. All here in this agenda know about the amazing values that the animal industry are producing for the world. We need to change the strategy of communication. And I think that the FIO and agenda have to talk with Chris Martin, Anita in Brazil, Neymar, and different influencers to show the good examples that we have around the world. And Alejandro was a smart was so smart to summarize the first day of conference. We need to transform policy in actions. Policy in actions of, I think that this policy need to be action of reconnection of livestock to nature. I think that is the key. To do it, we need to understand the system and the drivers to apply the actions to solve the challenge. In Latin America, there is no significant pastoral activity today, a lot of grazing system, and the main livestock production systems are intensive or extensive, include dairy, beef, swine, and chicken as main species. I would like to highlight that the large amount of milk and beef have been produced in grazing system that is much more than grazing system. It's the increase of biodiversity. It's carbon sequestration. For example, in milk, I work for the Embrapa Dairy Cattle. Milk produced from the grass system in Brazil represents more than 50%. Suppress the French milk production, so you have an idea of the possibility to produce food in the tropics. The average of milk, beef, pork, chicken, and egg production in some Latin American countries increased more than the worldwide average. The tropical seatbelt is an important region to produce food for the world. This improvement was due to the intensive systems, while the smallholders and extensive systems decreased too much in the last years. Regarding the top 3 health and disease drives in Latin America, Scott, I choose first one, promotion, One Health. We can improve at a better balance among human, animal, and environmental health. The awakening of regenerative consciousness is mandatory to improve the economical, social, and environmental performance of intensive systems and smallholders. We can do it with existing technology adapted to tropical conditions. Like we have the genetically improved zebu cattle that produce a lot of milk in tropical conditions, like Girolando for the milk and Melody for beef. Genetic improvement of African grasses, tropical legumes, vaccination, biosecurity, and welfare certification protocol. So we can do it with existing technology. The challenge is transform the policy in action. And to finish, the intensification, the numbers show that it's possible to improve productivity, but care with the complexity of intensification to avoid pandemic threats. And we need care to avoid the exclusion of local breeds and marginalization of smallholders. And regarding the globalization and livestock trade, the improvement of livestock production in some Latin American countries has been accomplished by the more exportation requirements by the Union, Europe, and other countries. So traceability and strict regulatory frameworks are important. And I am confident and believe that the recommendation is possible. If you don't believe this, talk with, but I'm confident, I believe that the recommendation is possible if you don't believe. And if you don't believe this, talk with Elena and Juan, our Latin America representatives of GASL here.
Luis,
Yes, just to finish.
the farm animals are calling you.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. Just 1 second.
Please, just last minute, please.
Yes. The awakening of regenerative consciousness is the key to transformation and connection. You guys make me believe, Elena and Juan, you guys make me believe that we do not need to produce the best food in the world, but we can produce the best food for the world.
Okay, thank you very much. And I like the farm animals, and that's a kind reminder to the other panelists that if you hear strange animals intervening in your presentation, your time is up, approximately. And I hope we have lots of additional farm animals available to us. Okay. I can offer you the second opportunity or buy you more time. Which would you prefer? Okay. All right. Our next intervention is going to be by Sindura, and he's going to speak about the South and Southeast Asia perspective. And again, important to try to highlight and focus in on the impacts of disease and health drivers that are affecting livestock systems. Over to you.
Thank you. I love farm animal sounds, so I'm tempted to keep talking. It has been quite a privilege to get to know some of you, and I look forward to get to know the others through the 2-3 days, because it's my first time. And since the topic is health and diseases, I can offer some personal experience of trying to address it at the country level, and because of G20, also had to look at the regional and global level. In India, for last 1 year, I work in the office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, part of the extension of the Prime Minister's office. And for last 1 year, I've been working on putting together this National One Health mission to bring together about 13 ministries or departments right now across science funding agencies, human health side, livestock side, wildlife side, biosecurity side. It's been quite an interesting learning experience, because unless you take it as like a game, it will get quite frustrating and you may give up. So has been quite interesting to see how to bring different incentives to work together. And since I worked previously in human health side, I know the public health side decently well, and I'm trained as a veterinarian. Wildlife was a new extension, but I work very closely with the ministry. What I see is just the same disease. Let's take tuberculosis. Human health side looks at it from a purely public health perspective. And from animal husbandry systems, we look at it from both health and productivity issue. Wildlife looks at it from a completely different conservation point of view, the same disease. But when you talk about One Health, mostly because before COVID, it used to be largely driven by veterinarians who would attend these meetings and complaining that nobody listens to us. And now it has exploded. But largely from a public health perspective, One Health is zoonotic disease. But that's just one perspective. And even productivity, or our own perspective, this group is still limited, because if I go to my colleagues in environment side, they are interested in diseases that we may not even think about, like canine distemper. Unless we marry these perspectives together, we will never have One Health. That's one lesson I have learned. And unless we meet these sectors in the priorities they perceive as important, we will not get them engaged. From a public health perspective, you can keep going to wildlife and ask for support for rabies, but that's not their highest priority. Meet them where they are, and that's when you link them together. The second is emerging technologies. For example, I've been quite impressed with the power of genomic surveillance, which showed value during polio time. For years we have been using it. Environmental samples telling what pathogens are circulating. During COVID time, in India and across the world in some cities, the power was shown. You can pick up wastewater samples and tell how many cases are in the community. Now we are experimenting on how it can be implemented for detecting diseases for foot and mouth disease, lumpy skin disease, various animal disease, and wildlife as well. So that's going to show the way, because it's a new way of looking at how to understand diseases from a completely different perspective, which is far more efficient and cheaper. And we need more pilots, because there is still a lot of learning to be done there. It has huge power, but we need to work on it. And finally, coming to the regional perspective, during G20, I invite all of you, I can share it, the outcome document that came out of it, which called One Health quite heavily. What are some of those things that are common good? Like the technologies for disease, if we stick to the disease detection and control, the capacity to do disease modeling and other analytics, data standards, things that we as countries don't have to compete on. If India or Bangladesh or Nepal or Bhutan do well in disease control, there is no competition. It helps everybody. So I would call that as a pre-competitive space. If there is a technology for vaccine, that's a different question and private sector is involved. It's a different discussion. You can collaborate, but it's a different discussion. But what are those pre-competitive things where us doing well helps everybody? And identifying those and looking at building global agenda around that so that we can get some wins and get buy-in across and get different lessons, because we don't know what will work. That's my honest opinion. I don't know what will work. None of us can know what will work. If somebody says, I have figured out One Health, let me tell you, that just means that person hasn't, or the group hasn't really figured out. It's new for all of us. And with that, I conclude. Thank you for letting me hear the sound. I was going to keep talking until you play that.
Thank you very much, and perfect timing. I just want to know, is that a dairy cow, or what kind of cow are we hearing at this? It's a dairy cow. Do we have a beef cattle sound? Can we compare the dairy to the beef? Yeah, okay. Well, we need to do a bit of a comparison of our auditory skills and see which of these animals seems the happiest. And that's the production system we should stick to. All right, the third intervention, I believe we have a recording that is ready because our colleague is unable to be with us today. But I would like to invite the presentation of Jia Yaojing from CAS to be played as part of the panel. Can we go to the video?
各位女士、各位先生，致力于推动畜牧业可持续发展的各位同仁，大家好，我是中国农业科学院北京畜牧兽医研究所科技管理处处长贾亚雄，主要负责国际合作和科技研发。十分遗憾不能参加这次在泰国清迈召开的大会，只能通过视频的方式和大家进行交流。但是我依然十分高兴能够代表中国农科院北京畜牧兽医研究所，代表中国区在这里围绕疾病和健康这个话题进行发言。我所在的单位中国农业科学院北京畜牧兽医研究所长期致力于畜牧业可持续发展，并且在这个领域取得了突出的进展。我们开发了基于人类健康的欧米伽3功能性畜型产品，研发了有助于女性健康的富集叶酸鸡蛋。那么我们这个产品也是解决了15%的中国女性无法通过药物补充叶酸的问题。那么围绕这个中国地区的疾病和健康，我们今年的10月17号在北京召开了第13届可持续畜牧业全球平台会议中国区的会议。那么来自国内和国际各方200余位专家参加了这次会议，大家通过交流和讨论，在很多领域达成了共识。围绕疾病和健康，我们想在这里提出一个动植物食物平衡的一个理念。那么围绕要保持中国人的健康和可持续发展，食物摄入是最主要的途径。在这里我们首先要解决什么是动植物食物平衡。中国人每年摄入的这个食物是相对均衡的，那么我每年摄入的谷类大概是94公斤每人每年，动物类的食物大概是63公斤每人每年。在动物类的这个产品中，其中海产品占到50%，动物蛋白占到42.8%，每天摄入的能量保持在大概是2000千卡左右。那么如果我们通过这种动植物食物平衡的这种膳食， 我们就可以解决两方面的矛盾。那么来自植物性膳食纤维呢，和来自动物性食物的营养素，如铁和钙呢，都比较充足。同时，动物的脂肪又不是很高，有利于避免营养缺乏病和营养过剩类疾病，促进人类健康。那么，在中国的传统膳食结构中呢，主要以植物性的食物为主，谷类、薯类和蔬菜的摄入量比较高，肉类的摄入量比较低，豆制品的总量不高，而且呢，中国各个地区呢又有所不同。那么乳类消费在大多数地方是不足的。那么在不同的地区呢，我们的这个居民的摄入和膳食呢又相对有所区别。那么其中在我们的南方地区呢，主要以大米为主，北方以小麦为主。那么谷物这个食物的供能占比呢，占到70%左右。同时我们还有一种类型的这种食物呢，是我们叫高膳食纤维。那么谷类食物和蔬菜类含的膳食纤维比较丰富，因此我国居民膳食纤维的摄入量也很高。那么这是我们中国传统的膳食结构中面临的一些现状。那么其实在我们日常的生活中呢，尤其中国人的膳食结构中呢，动物食物的摄入量是比较低的。那么动物性脂肪的供能比例呢，一般是小于10%的。但是我们大家都知道，畜肉的营养价值是非常丰富的。那么这个畜产品的营养价值是非常丰富的。那么在我们的畜肉里面呢，就是猪、鸡、牛、羊肉里面呢，这个纤维素主要以 B 族纤维素和维生素 A 类为主。那么内脏的含量呢，其实是比鸡肉里面的多的，尤其是肝脏中的维生素的含量尤为丰富。那么其中猪肝的含量呢，是我们猪肝中的这个维生素 A 的含量呢，是鸡肉中含量的100多倍。矿物质呢，这种含量一般在0.8%到1.2%左右。瘦肉中的含量是高于肥肉中的，内脏中是高于瘦肉中的。那么针对于我们的禽肉，其实也是中国人比较常见的一种动物蛋白来源。那么禽肉主要包括我们的鸡肉、鸭肉还有鹅。那么主要以鸡肉为主，它的蛋白质的含量一般是16%到20%左右，其中鸡肉的含量是最高的，鹅肉次之，那么鸭肉的比例是相对比较低的。同时在这个禽肉的含量中呢，脂肪的含量是9%到14%。禽类，我们为什么老说禽类的脂肪呢是比较好的，是因为禽类的脂肪酸呢主要以油酸构成，其次为亚油酸、棕榈酸。这种在禽肉的内脏里面呢，这种饱和脂肪酸和胆固醇的含量性比较高。那么禽肝中的胆固醇呢，大概是鸡肉胆固醇中的
Okay. Sorry, we've heard from our farm animals, and just out of respect for time, I wonder if this video can also be made available to the participants to listen to the remainder of it if they're so inclined. Trying to move this session along. Well, I think something that strikes me, although you both said it very differently, is that there's a large need to ensure that our livestock production systems are linked still with nature. And whether it be farmers being disconnected, or whether it be a difference in how the sectors perceive the priorities, and maybe not having a holistic perspective on things, but maybe being sector by sector. There's this continued theme about the linkages of production with nature and finding that balance. And I think that's interesting that from two different regions we've come to that. In our intervention from our colleague from China, We also heard about the importance of balancing diet and trying to ensure nutritional balance, plant as well as meat-based, leading to disease prevention and control in people. So finally, I think we're going to turn to our last intervention on the impacts of health and disease. And I want to ask Ian if you can share the perspectives from the Oceania region.
Thank you, and I'll try and do this really quickly and focus just on the two questions without speaking too fast so the translators can work through my accent. So Oceania is lucky in the fact that we are made up of nations, of island nations. So for us, the biggest disease driver that we focus on from a policy, from an agricultural perspective, is that of biosecurity and ensuring that we're able to remain disease-free on some of the major animal diseases and maintain the statuses we have. That is the number one animal disease driver from a policy perspective that continues to receive focus. Our production systems, and to answer the first question, to describe the production systems, if there's a continuum of extensive to intensive, then in Oceania we tend to sit very much on the extensive end of that, especially from a large livestock and ruminant perspective. Some of the average farm size in the Australian beef industry is 14,000 hectares, for example. So there's a significant extensive nature that also gives us some buffer from animal disease. We're obviously developed nations for the majority of our production as well, happening in Australia and New Zealand, which means we come from a place on farm of high literacy rates, high education rates, that ensures that we're able to provide information and extension at a pretty high rate as well. Interestingly, when we got on to discussing the disease driver at the Oceania meeting, we looked at it through the lens of the other drivers. And the environment driver was the one that came front of mind in the meeting. The risk of extreme weather events, bringing parasite-borne diseases or insect-borne diseases from the north, like lumpy skin disease, etc., and the biosecurity steps we can take, and the interventions we can support in places like Indonesia to help prevent that coming over. We're also seeing the movement of diseases from north to south in New Zealand, across the islands, or further down in Australia, as we see the climate warm and more of these carriers and parasite loads move further south with a warming climate. But there's also the geopolitical and social space. I've spoken about biosecurity, but predominantly selling and producing in developed markets, the animal welfare space for us is becoming a key way for the way we manage the health and welfare of our animals on farm as well. And it's a continually evolving space around how are we maintaining efficient, profitable production while meeting a rapidly changing and potentially divergent view of the role of animals and livestock in the food system and the expectation of our levels of care for them and how they assess and anthropomorphize animal welfare on farm. And it's a unique perspective because of where we produce and where we sell to, but very much front of mind for many producers in Australia. And then there's the education and knowledge, innovation and knowledge driver. And for us, one of the key foundations of improving animal disease outcomes and health is continually investing in extension and training, not only for the farmers, but ensuring that in research what we're discovering around new interventions, new products are actually going through the pipeline and getting to farm quickly, effectively, and cost effectively, so that we can continue to stay ahead of emerging trends while also meeting this social license threat that is continually evolving around our use of technology and inputs in agriculture. But I'll pause there before the farm animals and allow us to get some questions.
Great, thank you so much, Ian. It's a shame we didn't get another sampling of a farm animal, but I'm sure we'll have an opportunity later today to hear from others. At this point, I'd like to just open up to all of you. You've heard 4 interventions plus the plenary presentation. really surrounding the areas of disease impacts on health, implications of environment on health, certainly a lot of the social and psychological elements and the disconnect that our production systems have between livestock production and nature or the environment. I think these are some of the repeated themes. We also heard several times about One Health and the need to try to bring together multiple sectors to improve and address the aspects of disease. Are there any questions that colleagues have from the audience? Please put your hand up and we can get a microphone to you. And when you pose your question, can I ask you to stand up, introduce your name and your affiliation, and then your question.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Fantastic. My name is Sarah Osia, and I am from AU-IBA, African Union, Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources. I am very fascinated by his question, that we've lost our connection to food. Actually, most African languages are 90% about food and environment. This is something that we need to learn and go back and connect to. And I'm sure it's the same with other languages as well. I'm also curious about why nutrition is not part of the One Health paradigm. I think that is a very major issue because nutrition, when you look at nutrition, it's a crop agronomy, it's also an ecology. But we have done everything else, the environment, we've done health, we've done human health, animal health, but the nutrition aspect is out of there. This is for me a fundamental, I think, maybe a mistake, I don't know what to call it, or omission. I think when we have the nutrition aspect, we start to understand our food better. I think that is being left out. Also, when you have the food aspect, the rangeland ecology aspect, then you look at things like, why are we flooding? It's because we've disrupted water recharge systems. Now the flooding has come into, it's a real disaster for us because after the drought, you now have flooding. And what is that? It's all the recharge systems that have gone into, being disrupted. And the last one is our pollination services. This is for Africa especially. We do not look at our pollination services as part of the whole system. So to me, I think within One Health, we should be having animal health, human health, nutrition, which is a link between humans and animals on what we eat and what they eat, and then environment.
Okay, thank you very much for your comment. I want to ask either of our panelists on the end there, do you want to comment on this issue?
Yeah, so on the One Health paradigm, which I've been engaged now directly, at least for the last 15 years, everything is connected. There is nothing that is not connected. Everything on this earth and biosphere and non-living things is connected, and our earth is connected to our solar system, and our solar system is connected to the broader universe. I don't say this flippantly, but because I've been working now, I had to do something about it in the last 1 year when my boss said, we need to launch a mission on One Health. Okay, so what do I do? Right, so I divide these connections in 3 categories just for my own mental hierarchical sake. One is at a philosophical level. That is what I said. Everything is connected. And then there are some things that are connected at the mindfulness. We need to be mindful of them. We need to be aware of them. How we go about our day-to-day lives or our interpersonal engagements. When we use too much plastic, rather than carrying our own bottle, which I try to do, it has implication for the environment. So I put it at that mindfulness category. And then comes the practical One Health effort. So meaning, there are some things that are no-brainer, we have to do. Now, One Health as a paradigm, if it has value, then if I apply that One Health paradigm, then it should bring something new to the table. If I'm going to do the same thing anyway, then One Health paradigm didn't bring any new added value. If I want to control brucellosis, and if I want to control brucellosis from human health perspective, then I should look at Brucella melitensis in goats, whereas Brucella abartus in cattle won't give you the same outcome. But if I take a purely public health perspective, then I would just focus on the goats, because for me, human Brucella outcome is the most important. But for livestock production perspective, then I have to look at both. So to me, the third is where all three are important, but what we do differently matters when you create One Health policies, One Health frameworks, One Health programs. Then is adding One Health, making it to us to do something differently. Otherwise, it's just a tag. Everything is One Health, great. But what practical thing did the One Health tag add? So that's the third category, that all three are important, but the third one is where I'm very interested in different models. So I was harassing my colleagues from Thailand yesterday. How are you doing? Because I'm very curious to learn.
Okay, thank you, Sindura. I know there was another hand up. Yeah, please, can we get a microphone here?
Good morning. My name is Lina Maria Rojas. I come in from Colombia. My English is not so well, but I try to read. The question is, the current production narrative is well established for the conventional industry. There are no challenges for small producers who have to adapt to industrial standards. The question is, you believe small producers can or should have their own adapted norms to enable them? Norms to enable them. Yep.
Sorry, can maybe you can speak in Spanish and we can get a translation? The
Okay,
question.
puedo hacer la pregunta en español y alguien me la puede traducir. ¿Puede ser?
Don't understand the question, and I'm very scared about the farm noise.
Hay una normativa establecida para la industria. Los pequeños campesinos tienen que adaptarse a las normativas de la industria y muchas veces es imposible porque son costosas para adaptarse. Entonces, ¿cómo podemos los pequeños campesinos tener nuestras normativas? Porque si no, vamos a desaparecer. La industria va siempre adelante porque no hay soporte para los pequeños campesinos, especialmente, por ejemplo, para los productores
I think that I understand. Thank you. Yeah, she talked about some limitation about the protocols for smallholders, and I would like to say that in Brazil we have the same problems, but I have good examples for smallholders from dairy farms that produce some specific cheese, and there are some policies to change the law for this kind of people. I think that is the way we can, and I think that we need to input more than the product, because this kind of producer can produce more than food, can produce some ecosystem services, and we are working hard in the research to do it is possible. And about the question of the African, yes, I agree. The nutrition is part of the One Health, and we need to work together. There are a lot of African grasses that are built, are very good crossbreed animals, Girolando with Holstein in Brazil, and these animals and this grass is not available for all parts of the world. We need to work together. We need to share the same world. All is connected.
Okay, are there other questions? Any other questions? Please. Sorry, we don't hear you yet.
Yep.
Yes.
Jenny O'Sullivan, I'm a beef and sheep producer in Australia, and I'm quite challenged by you saying that producers are disconnected from nature, because I would say, particularly extensive producers, we're connected to it every single day. We're living it and seeing the impact of what's going on. And thinking about the intensive ones, you know, if you're relying on outside feed and even housing them, you're also very connected, because we're really aware of what's happening with the climate on those prices and the availability of the feeds if you're bringing them in. For me, I think the disconnect is really with the broader community, the urbanised people, one with their food, and it was interesting in Africa that really traditionally our culture has been around food, and it's what brings family together, it's what brings people together. And in the olden days, I guess, you know, hundreds of years ago, you spent your day thinking about where you were getting the food. Now we just expect it to be delivered and we can have easy access. So I think possibly the bigger disconnect around the health globally is the people that aren't on the land with their food, and that's has, particularly in the Western world, around our culture. You know, the time we spend as family, the time we spend together around a meal is leading to some of the mental health problems with disconnection. And again, it goes back to connection that you were talking about. So I just wouldn't mind exploring the disconnect of the non-farmers with their food and the impact that has on health. Thank you.
Anyone, any panelists want to take that on? Any comment? Please.
It's so true, right? I think the example of, especially Indigenous communities, you know, in Australia we talk about being on country in the Indigenous communities, and it's such the similar narrative using different words as how we describe ourselves as farmers. What the other side of that coin, though, is worth considering internally for us who are involved in agriculture. I think that's a really important discussion for us to have with people outside this room. Inside this room, there is a paradigm, though, that we have judged the health of landscapes by their productivity. And that doesn't always end up as a win-win for nature. So how do we value nature on farms alongside productivity to ensure productivity doesn't become a disconnect from nature? Because I think that the will of the people is to see healthy landscapes, but give them the skills and the metrics so they can actually assess the health of the landscape through a nature lens as well as a productivity lens. I think we can do better in that space.
I'm going to take the opportunity. I see another hand in the back, one up front, so maybe we can come there while the microphone is going there. I want to just pose to our panelists, you know, there's a bit of a discrepancy to some extent about whether the farmers or producers are connected with nature, and I think it's quite variable depending on the kind of production system, the kind of animals that are being reared, how they're being reared. So I mean, there's probably along the gamut there. But something that I picked up, and particularly from you, Louise, you mentioned that you felt that people are disconnected from food. And I think that, you know, to me, if we reflect even back to yesterday's presentation where there was this discussion about the general public voting on something related to poultry production in California. I mean, for me, this is a very interesting area. And so do any of you have a perspective on how we create a greater awareness of the general public and help reconnect them somewhat with the food that they are actually consuming? I mean, we have certainly some awareness being created. Certainly free-range animals have gotten some traction. Organic production has gotten some traction. Climate smart is coming on. But are there other big messages or things that you think the public, the consumers, need to be aware of to help increase their connectivity with the food that they access?
This point comes up all the time, and then we end up discussing it really well. We had a communicators summit for the Global Roundtable for Sustainable Beef in San Diego last month. We had a very in-depth discussion in the morning, and then in the afternoon we talked about ads and getting influencers like Neymar and others. The challenge is we need to understand what we're trying to achieve, and the general population affects what we do only in two ways: what they buy and how they vote. I think through groups like the FAO, we can be far more targeted in ensuring we're taking an outcomes-based policy approach that ensures we're actually providing freedom to achieve the outcomes in different ways that allows agriculture to innovate, to change, rather than mandating through policy practices and numbers, etc. I think that outcomes-based policy approach is number one. And then the trust piece comes down to transparency with the consumer and what they buy. So often I get quite nervous taking people to feedlots because I think it looks ugly in my industry. Yet overwhelmingly, I've been told, and by the people we've taken, is that once they understand it, they get it. So I think there's a fear of being as transparent as we possibly could be because we want to hide things. And I think especially in the developed world, transparency may help us actually explain why we're efficient and why we do things at scale.
Okay, is that a cow for me saying our session is finished? Yes, all right, that's good. I understood that cow. Okay, I know that there was one or two last questions. Can I just ask your one, two, these two last two, very direct questions, please.
Very direct question. It is my personal experience that the down-to-earth natural or with the native livestock, with the grazing systems, the animals remain healthy. I am the witness of both systems. I have been with these rural people, pastoralist and intensive farming system. I visited one farm, intensive farming with the camel. They have like long list of medication. But I went to the pastoralist in Kazakhstan, in Mongolia, Balochistan, Somaliland. There, the people, they could not tell 3 names of the diseases. So the disease come when we promote or support the very intensive system. So the main thing is to support as a policy, to support the people who are grazing or managing or doing husbandry of the native livestock breeds and produce locally in extensive livestock system. That is the very best system to be supported. I don't say shut the other farms, but as a policy we should support this system.
Okay, and thank you again also for bringing up the pastoralist community, because you want to talk about a community that's very in tune with nature and understanding the need to manage animals and keep them alive based on food and water availability. This is a community that is almost experts in managing this issue, and more with technology as an application to support. There was one last question right here. Can I get one microphone right here? And I'm going to apologize to you in the back who just put your hand up. I didn't see you earlier, but during coffee break, all of the panelists will be available for further discussion. Last question.
Okay, thank you. My first question is about the water supply and sanitation. Of course, when we're going to talking about the protecting the disease, the sanitation is a must. But in most of the African countries, it's still the ability to get the drinking water is difficult because there is a scarcity of, not even clean, the scarcity of the drinking water. Another one is how can we upgrade the indigenous knowledge to protect disease. For example, the indigenous people treat livestock very well, as you said. For example, when we go to Ethiopia, especially in the pastoralist community, they have their own knowledge to treat every livestock in a different method. So how can to sustain this GASL, just we need to upgrade their knowledge and connect it with this modern knowledge. How can we do this?
I'm sorry, I need to stop you there because we're eating into coffee, and I know it looks like many people could use a little coffee. So let's, anyone want to handle either of those questions, either of those 2 points?
I mean, I have noticed that I completely agree. The traditional, for lack of better word, I would say traditional. In India, we have many. Huge emphasis on prevention. which I don't see. I was trained in allopathy and I see both. I don't see the same approach towards disease prevention as I see in the traditional methods. And there is a lot of scientific approaches that I see, and there is a disconnect. And bringing those two together would have huge value. And that's on what can we learn from that side. On the water side, I see the same thing in India as well. There, modern methods could be brought in terms of it used to be part of the culture on water preservation, having ponds and regeneration of groundwater, but we have lost that over a period. Now we are starting to go back, and I think there is emphasis that is needed on how you can support such methods, and there is always learning from both sides on the value of doing it and some methods of doing it through traditional means, but modern technology has a lot to offer. So it's in that interface between those, and more we try to learn how others are doing. I think we can learn different models of how to do that.
Okay, great. All right, let me ask everyone if we can give the panel that consists of Luis, Sindura, Gia, and Ian, as well as Tongkorn, one big round of applause for this morning's session. And thank all of you, the audience, for your engagement. We're going to take coffee break now and then come back and talk about some solutions related to health and diseases. So enjoy your coffee, and I don't know if there's an announcement about when we reconvene.
May I have an announcement. These four people, Fabiola Ramirez, Marianne Hiroka, Carolina Miranda, and Sarah Osia, please contact the registration desk, please. And somebody forget this one. I'm not sure. You can take from me. Thank you very much.
We will reconvene at 10:45. Enjoy your coffee break. Thanks.
สวัสดีค่ะ I think it's time. So welcome you all back to the next section. And before we start, I'm gonna ask you something. Who is Mr. Nicholas Jolly? Is he around here? Mr. Nicholas Jolly, you forgot your card at the airport. Otherwise, I'm gonna spend this card. Okay, so second thing, the African group, someone asked you to take photo after this part, after the morning part. So we asked you to take a photo at the backdrop over there in front of the room when we finish the morning part. Okay? Okay. So I'm gonna give the floor back to Mr. Scott Newman. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay, I hope everyone's energized with some coffee and food in them. We're going to jump straight to it. We have a second set of panelists that are going to come up. And the first panelists group was really trying to identify some of the impacts and some of the challenges we face. Right now, what we're going to turn to is to try to come up with some solutions. And in this context, we have 5 different panelists that I would like to invite up to the stage just to get us started. We have from the Animal Welfare Action Network, Ms. Anna Murray. She's the chair ad interim at the Brook, and I think she's joining us virtually. The second would be the Livestock Antimicrobial Partnership representative, Ulf Magnusson, who's the chair of the LAMP and professor at the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences in Sweden. Welcome. The next is the private sector representative, Mr. Arturo Di Constanzo, director of the Regional Cattle Association in Mexico. Please come on up. From the farmers, it would be Mr. Faguri Said, co-chair of the GASL Social Movements Cluster and coordinator regional for GASL. And then the 5th would be Harikumar Anakara Vadakate, Deputy Manager, National Dairy Development Board from India. Can I ask all the panelists to please come on up and take a seat? So I think as many of you are aware, this panel really is focused on trying to provide solutions related to health and disease drivers. And these representatives are part of the GASL Action Networks and also representatives from farmers and the private sector, etc. Before we get started, I really wanted to invite Shirley up to give us a few moments of introduction on what GASL Action Networks are, because we realize that many of you who are new to the GASL event may not be familiar with the mechanism through which it works. So we thought a brief introduction would be helpful. Shirley, over to you.
Thanks very much, Scott, and thanks for bearing with me. Yeah, maybe that was an omission for some people who are not so familiar. What is an action network? We refer to it as an action network. We said, yeah, it's a technical network. What does that mean? These are really trying to still use the power of the multi-stakeholder partnership that GASL is to bring together different types of actors, different stakeholders in the livestock sector around some, and the term I like to use is hot topics. What are those things that for livestock we couldn't solve on our own? We couldn't do it if we're just doing research. We couldn't do it if we're just a national government or an NGO or whatever it might be. We really need this mix of stakeholders and stakeholder typologies to work together. And this is a challenge that looks very different in different parts of the world. The way that you need to address solving this or improving sustainability, we could say, looks very different. If you're sitting with a pastoral system in Ethiopia or you're sitting with a big farm that we heard Ian talking about, for example, in Australia or New Zealand. So that's the sort of characteristic. And these action networks take usually quite different approaches to looking for sustainable solutions. But that's what this session is about. This session now is about, in the context of health and disease drivers, what are the solutions? And all of you will have questions. Here's what I need in my situation, my environment, for my organization that will really help me move towards more sustainable, more resilient livestock, a solution. So Scott's going to lead the panel, but we're going to do it slightly differently this time. So let me hand back to Scott. Thank you.
All right. So all of you in the audience are really at the advantage here. And the reason that you're at the advantage is we're going to turn this session around entirely. We had asked the panelists, and this is news to them, they've never heard this before, we had asked them to prepare some initial comments and feedback. However, we're not going to ask them for those interventions yet. What we want to do is actually go to all of you in the audience, and we want to ask you to challenge our distinguished group of panelists with any solutions that you want addressed. Thinking about diseases, thinking about the impact that they have on animal production, thinking about the impact they might have on trade, on food safety, on production elements related to the environment, the impact of spillover of diseases into wildlife populations, into people, whatever the topic is. The question we have for all of you and what we want you to do is, what do you want solutions on? Are there any issues that you're dealing with that you want some feedback on from our panelists? So does anyone want to start us off? Does anyone have an issue that they're dealing with that they want some advice on from our distinguished panel? So I know you all had coffee, so there's no excuse for just sitting there quietly. All right, I've got a, where do I have a hand? All right, Kuya, please.
Thank you, Scott. My question is very specific. We are approaching the eradication of pest disease dominant PPR in Africa. And my question will be, if there is any improvement from research to application of thermostable vaccines for PPR, and can we have this manufacturing in Africa to support all the vaccination centers and laboratories? Because in Africa we have many research laboratories and vaccine industry. And we are producing, in Sudan for instance, we are producing PPR vaccine long time ago, but it's cold chain. And with all the infrastructure problems in the continent, the cold chain vaccine is not successful. So we need to know if there is any solutions for this with thermostable vaccine. Thank you.
Okay, a very good and important question, a very challenging question. My question to our panel is, does anyone have experience with pest petit ruminant and vaccinations? I don't know if we have the right experience up here on the panel to answer that, but I just want to offer it.
Thank you for that question. So I may be able to offer you not a solution, but conduit to which we can actually address the issue. I work with the National Dairy Development Board, and we have a subsidiary called the Indian Immunology Guilds, which produces PPR vaccine, pest ruminant vaccines, but it does require the cold chain. So that issue still remains. So I'm not very sure whether they are developing any gene-edited vaccine or DNA vaccines on that, but if you want, I can get connected to them. So, thank you.
parler en français. Donc, pour répondre à madame, oui, la PPR, c'est une maladie des petits ruminants. Et nous avons l'expérience au Maroc de cette maladie. On fabrique le vaccin et c'est un vaccin qui est bon, qui donne l'immunité au moins pendant 3 ans. Donc, avec ça, on a fait maintenant 3 ou 4 fois et pratiquement on n'a plus de cas pour le moment. Et on se prépare à l'éradication de la PPR comme tous les pays avec la FAO, avec aussi l'OIE.
Okay, I think we've had some inputs, but I would ask our rapporteur to maybe capture this as something that later we would deal with to help the AU with the PPR heat stable vaccine. So, okay, we'll follow up on that as well. Okay, are there any other questions, issues, please?
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to ask a question. I am Dr. Khalid Ishfaq, Deputy Chief Veterinary Officer from Pakistan. I just want to share that last year we faced horrible episode of lumpy skin disease in the country. In the past, ever never we had such problem, and 3 years ago we faced bovine ephemeral fever. All those diseases are not pertains to our indigenous diseases which we are facing. So the lesson we learned that when the disease rampant across the country, and unfortunately we don't have vaccine for active immunization, and we noticed huge economic losses in terms of mortality and morbidity. So the policymakers thought to allow permission for its import, and we issued licenses to some foreign companies for export their vaccines to Pakistan. My question is that unfortunately we don't have its local production. Like all transboundary animal diseases, foot and mouth disease, we have local production of foot and mouth disease in Pakistan, but on very limited quantity, which doesn't cater the country's need, and quality issues are also there. Likewise, PPR. Likewise, we don't have local production of bovine ephemeral fever vaccine. We don't have lumpy skin disease. So the developing economies like Pakistan look forward to the developed economies to provide technical and financial assistance in this regard, because the transboundary animal diseases doesn't recognize the borders. They have capability to rampant across the borders in the regions. So my question is there any possibility, or is there any avenue to explore opportunities for the local production of vaccines for such exotic diseases in the country, so that the mitigation policies may be drafted accordingly? Thank you very much.
Okay, great question. We have okay, great. It's very interesting. This I have the names and the affiliations of all of our panelists, but actually they all have a great depth of expertise well beyond their current jobs, and so it's so far we've been able to field these questions that I think are great questions coming in from the audience. So please, Archie.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you for the question. And we have this experience locally in Mexico. Just like yesterday was stated, the government and the cattle producers have to get together. It is not only the job exclusively from the government, because it has monetary resources to come up with this search or investigation relating some specific illness or disease from cattle or poultry. I'm going to just sit to side some example for Rabi, the paralytical vaccine. It was really causing a lot of trouble in Mexico, especially on those places close to a jungle, like Pluviselva, where we have a lot of rain, part of the southern state of Mexico, Veracruz, part of southern Chiapas, and we came up with this alliance together. The government started to produce the same vaccine because of the cattlemen's associations were pushing on that theme, and we need to grab all those big, like it was said before, all those big cattle producers. So it's like a union, we as small producers need to grab the big ones and say, hey, what are we going to do? Well, we're going to push to the government to ask to make this process, because it's a long way to go. Once we have it, then it becomes a responsibility. Can you imagine if we were asking for a vaccine at a domestic level, and now the producers say, hey, no problem, we're not to vaccinate. When you were before asking for that, do you know what I'm saying? So it's really a compromise which is together, and my word would be just try to get together, because we can make a pressure in a friendly manner with the government, and that's in our country make with the legislative power, which is the representatives of the population, right? Which is the three powers: the executive, which is Mr. President, the legislative, and the judicial power. So as long as you can do that, it is not easy, but you can make it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Arturo. I understand that Anna, who is with us online, also would like to come in here. So Anna, great to see you. We see you. Let's see if we can hear you well. Please, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Scott. It is 4 a.m. here in London, very dark, very cold and rainy. So I envy you in Chiang Mai. I'm sure it's much better. I just wanted to make a more general point related to vaccines. So I work for Brook, which is an animal welfare NGO, but we work across the animal health system as well. We operate in about 15 countries. We have a range of partners, and we work with communities that are sometimes quite hard to reach. And what we find is the huge problem for livestock keepers, people who rely on their livestock, is access to medicines, access to vaccines. So I just want to stress that point, that obviously developing the vaccines, obviously it's fantastic if the vaccines can be developed locally, but the next step that really needs to be resolved is the access. And Brook, together with a number of different NGOs, research institutes, many of who are present at the conference, has been calling for greater investment in animal health systems. We need to strengthen animal health systems so that access to medicines and vaccines for animals is improved. Otherwise, we could have all the vaccines in the world, but they're just not reaching, in particular, the last mile, the communities who really need those for their animals. So that's the point I wanted to make. Nothing specific on there's particular diseases, but just a general point. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Anna. Appreciate that input. And I will just add a tiny bit to the vaccine question. Just as a response, I think one of the challenges we certainly face here in this region, and this differs somewhat from the Africa context, is that we don't necessarily have a regional reference lab that is doing quality control of a variety of the potential different vaccines that are coming online or that are being produced at national levels. And so some type of harmonization mechanism that could be an opportunity for us, at least here in the region, is to follow the model actually, or something like the model that has been put in place for Africa in setting up standards for vaccine production. And obviously, depending on the disease, there are a variety of different procedures to go through getting vaccines to be efficacious, doing pilot testing to look at their efficacy and the response of animals, and then eventually endorsing them as safe and effective vaccines. And I think, you know, we also struggle in this region to some extent that there are a lot of vaccines that are out there that may or may not have gone through the right kind of protocols to be developed, and then they are circulated and used in animals, which in some cases actually creates more problems for that disease affecting animals and animal populations rather than helping prevent the disease from occurring. So I think, you know, we certainly have a lot of room for improvement on the vaccine front in many different perspectives for specific diseases, for diseases that are affecting national settings, but also as a regional coordination mechanism. I think there's a lot of room for improvement. Other questions? Okay, wow, this is great. All right, I've got, let's see, the one, okay, I think this colleague here wants to talk about vaccines because he was smiling while I was talking. And then we'll come up here, and then go to the back, okay?
Good morning. I just want to know the GASL as a strong multi-stakeholder partnership mechanism and its action network, apart providing health or sanitary services to livestock sector, is there any program or training program to empower the community members on mobile veterinary services to give mobile sanitary and health services to the within nomadic pastoralists or even rural places or not? Because it's important to empower community members and integrate the indigenous knowledge in sanitary or disease things with modern science. Is there any strong action within nomadic pastoralist areas in every continent or every region? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, yes. I think we are working very strongly on those lines, as exactly you were mentioning. Traditional systems are there in every country, I suppose. So what we were trying to do since last 5-6 years is trying to renew that and build an empirical data on exactly the action of certain formulations. We call it ethno-veterinary formulations or traditional formulations or whatever. But we have some 30 formulations as of now for a myriad number of diseases. It can be used in cattle and small animals. Everything is available online on our website. So it's free videos on almost 30 ailments. And extensive training is being done for the farmers, for the village level workers. As you have in every country, we have a lady resource person in the village who's trained on various aspects of animal husbandry. So wherever there is no reach for a veterinary system in remote areas, this traditional knowledge is provided to them, and in the form of videos, in the form of local language. Of course, it has to be in the local language. So are provided to them, and they are able to manage, by and large, most of the conditions wherever there is a delay in veterinary services, or even manage it by themselves. For example, when we started off in 17-18, we need to actually get ourselves convinced first, isn't it, that it is working. So we had an empirical data of now almost 900,000 empirical data we have and around 120,000 individual animal data. And we find that it is pretty effective. And now, certain milk unions, as you know, we have various milk unions in our country. Maybe a district would cover a milk union approximately. So in 17-18, their antibiotic purchase was 1.8 million rupees per year. And now it has come down to 77,000, just by replacing it with traditional allopathic medicine. So that is the impact of it. So the levels of antibiotics that are being used in those areas where extensively this propagation is being done has gone down drastically. So training, of course, is something that is the base. I think yesterday all the points of the solutions did come up, like training, like the implementation aspect, like cost effectiveness. So everything did prop up in yesterday's conversations. So I think all these things need to be connected to have a real sustainable development goal. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Harikumar. Let's see, Ulf, I know you want to chime in on this.
Hello, yeah. About that question about traditional or indigenous and interaction for veterinary services. GASL as such doesn't have any training programs, but the individual members of GASL, like my university, SMU, and in cooperation with ILRI, for instance, we have developed many of these kind of very interactive training programs in herd health in Ethiopia and Uganda and so on. So, but GASL as such doesn't have that. But the individual members, as reflected here by our Indian colleagues, do have that. And then I want to come back and be a little bit blasphemic about vaccines. Oh, I believe very much in vaccines. I started my PhD career in vaccinology. I'm a veterinarian, so I acknowledge the devastating effects of transboundary animal diseases. But these are the diseases that do get all the attention. I mean, African swine fever, avian flu, etc., etc. And they are, for sure, a big problem. We have the GF-TAD modality in cooperation with the WHO and FAO, etc., etc. But I think also, or we all know, that the burden from endemic diseases like mastitis in dairy, neonatal diarrhea in piglets, the parasitic burden of pastoralist animals are terrible. And these are very unsexy things to work with. No headlines, etc., etc. But to fight these ones, even though being a veterinarian, I believe in biosecurity, I believe in vaccines and so. But this in the bottom of the pyramid, the good animal husbandry, feeding, reproductive management, etc., etc. These are things that are not so super costly. They are more a skill thing, and I think we tend to neglect that element in fighting or improving animal health. It's boring, I know, but those of you who are professional farmers and believe in productivity and so, you know that this is the fundament of all kind of efficient animal farming. And I think that it's a kind of easy selling point to everyone, because it's not super costly. It's the same cost to do wrong as to do right, or other way around. Sorry, to do right, to do wrong. And thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Ulf. Let's turn. Yeah, there's a gentleman right 3 tables in, right in the middle.
Thanks, Scott. May I join in? I'm Matthew Wanapat from Konkan University. My question is related to the big loss of the infestation of the lumpy skin, especially here in Thailand. I'd like to hear the experiences of the panelists concerning the treatments if you may have, or the precautions that you may think of in order to launch the project and also convey or transform these experiences down to the farmers. These diseases have come from nowhere. It's there immediately. It's a big loss. Everything is gone. So please express your experiences concerning this disease currently happening. And also, with regards to the training, may I just add that I think indigenous knowledge is very important. And indigenous knowledge is very rich with the folklore, the important folk people who have been in the community. Why shouldn't we invite them to join in and make it more concrete in order to launch a training project, expand the experiences down to the farmers in order to, experience this information and down to their animals. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may comment on the second one, to convince convince farmers to invest in, for instance, these preventive measures and so on. It depends on many things. If it's worthwhile for them. I mean, it's the policy environment, it's the consumers' demands, it's the trade options, it's the resources in general. So I think one have to fiddle around with these different drivers, if we put it like that, or elements, to find the right level to make it attractive to the farmers. Because they, as all of us, they are into profit and productivity and response to that. Yeah.
Related to lumpy skin disease, I think we have a lot of experience dealing with its incursion in the region, and so it would take a very long time to go into all the details. So I'd invite you for a coffee and we can talk in more detail. But I think actually the more important or most important point that's being made here is perhaps that even if we have strategies and ways to deal with these diseases, how do we get that information down to the producers? And how do we mitigate the impact on their livelihoods and on their productivity of their animals? And I think that for me, that translation of information down to the producer level is really where we need to make additional efforts. And I think I just reflect back, this community-based approach to disease detection and then response. I still believe that there's a lot of room for this being part of how we approach it, because if the community themselves are part of the detection, they will also be, by nature, by definition, part of the response and understand the control mechanism. So I think there's a lot of room for that, particularly with expanding diseases like LSD, African swine fever, we've seen it, poultry diseases as well. Please.
If I may add, for it to be a question of providing a solution to the farmer, because that's important. So we did have some pilots, but maybe around 3,000, 4,000 cases on which we individually use traditional medicine. Anyway, it takes about 8 to 9 days for the animal to come back to normal. But the production here, vis-a-vis your conventional system of providing antibiotics, is that the production comes back almost to normal while you're using traditional medicine. So it is all available online. You can just check traditional ethno-veterinary medicine for LSD and it will pop up. So I think this is what we do. We provide them WhatsApp formats of the videos of how to prepare the medicine and how to apply it. And whatever it takes 8 days, but once the animal recovers, it's almost back to normal. So this is something, it's a good solution.
Okay, can we move next question?
Scott, could I make a point on the training? Sorry.
Yes, please, where are you? We don't see you.
I'm probably behind you. Sorry.
Well. Great.
Just a quick one on the training. It's such an important point at the community level. So I just wanted to say that NGOs are there, NGOs like Brooke and many others really are working closely with communities, community health workers, and a variety of animal health workers who are operating in contexts where you wouldn't find a trained vet. So a model that I'd like to mention that's quite innovative and has a lot of potential is the animal health mentoring framework that Brooke developed about 10 years ago. It has now been used to train about 4,000 animal health workers, and it's around the world, and is being adopted by a variety of governments. So the model is sort of simple and is based on what already exists. So it is about a more experienced animal health worker going in the field on the job to observe what a less experienced person is doing and provide feedback live while the person is doing the job. And it's so much quicker, cheaper, and more effective than perhaps someone enrolling on a degree, which doesn't exist. It's too costly. It takes too long. So the way that framework operates is a sort of train the trainer model. So one person then will go ahead and train 20 others, and the framework looks at a variety of different competencies. It's very practical and based on a series of competencies. And that includes animal welfare as well. That includes handling of the animal as well. That includes talking to the community members as well, because those are the skills we want animal health professionals to have. So that's a holistic framework that can be, it's there, it's been tested, it's there to be taken in various contexts, and it's infinitely adaptable to the particular context that an animal health worker can maybe operate in. And it's also possible for community health workers to be mentored in that way. It's a very practical solution that I wanted to put out there, because we know that things cost money, things take time, and rollout and scaling up is often quite slow. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I would also, for colleagues that wanted to have more access to education or training materials, I also would refer you to FAO has a farmer field school program. There is a virtual learning center that's also out there that contains a lot of these types of training materials as well. And both FAO and WOA are working with community animal health workers and really trying to do trainings at local levels. So I think there's many options out there. If you want more information, please be in touch. Okay, please.
If it can be of any help at all, we in Mexico are organized as producers in different systems. We call the dairy cattle system, the beef cattle system, the swine system, the poultry system, the bee system for producing honey, and the ovine system. So it's really interesting if we encourage each other as producers to come up and belong and prepare and learn from those systems that are already established. Every single state or department in the country has got to have these 5 or 6 systems of livestock producers and be in close contact with the producer. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Arturo. Yeah, please stand up, introduce yourself. Next question.
Hello, good morning. My name is Hans Khanna. I'm from India. My question concerns animal welfare. We in India have large number of stray cattle. We have been making many programs, many interventions to handle the problem, but still we are not able to resolve the issue. So in your opinion, what could be the interventions which could help us resolve this issue? Please don't suggest cow slaughtering, that will not work in India. Thank you.
So just to clarify, your question is about addressing animal welfare issues. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Stray cattle. Specifically stray cattle. Thank you.
I cannot answer specifically on the stray cattle in India, even though I have been exposed to them, so to say. But I want to promote cooperation we had two GASL networks, the Animal Welfare Network and the antimicrobial one that I'm leading. We had a meeting like this in Kansas a few years ago, and we have a publication called Animal Health and Welfare for Sustainable Livestock. You can find it at the website. And I mean, we clearly show the interaction between good animal welfare contributes to good animal health, and the other way around, that animal health is an important element of animal welfare. So I just want to promote that publication. You can find it there on the website. But about the cows, sorry, I cannot. Maybe it's you or some of you could answer that better.
Thank you. Specifically, I'm going to be towards the ecological part, and forestation we call arborization. You know, the tree part for the resilience of the system, specifically for the cattle welfare, and we are not eager, even if we are going to go for a new plantation program. We just say to the producer, hey, stop from cutting all the trees, you know, at least, and then we can go over for a step further. So it looks like just he said a while ago, the animal welfare goes hand by hand with the environmental welfare. Thank you.
Questions? Please, there's a hand there, and you'll be next. Yeah. Please.
Well, my name's Nick Jolly. I'm from Beefland, New Zealand. My question is really around anthelmintic resistance in sheep and cattle. It's something that we're facing in New Zealand and dealing with in intestinal parasites. So I was wondering if you had any, advice on whether this is an issue around the world and how it's being addressed. Thank you.
I'm a very small-scale sheep farmer myself. Yeah, good. No, the resistance, it's also for ectoparasites. It is a super issue around the world, and I think it's quite neglected in some way by richer countries, because it's not there. When it comes to intestinal parasites, and I think you know this better than I do, but I mean, rotation for pastures, if you have a lot of land, that is a key thing, whether it's cattle or sheep or horses or whatever. And I know since that kind of business is quite big, I think it's interesting for the pharmaceutical companies to develop new, it's a business opportunity there, but I don't have any specific solution for you, sorry.
Up to this point, we can make a point related to natural medicine, if we can say that. And down there in Mexico, we try to promote a cattle tick control through, this is for cattle, bovine, through the utilization of neem extract, as well as from the leaves, as well as from the seeds. You know, the leaf part is water soluble as compared as the seed part, which is fat or lipid soluble. So we have this kind of combination, and some other like ricinus, I don't know if there is a correct translation. It's a small pellet like this, come out from a plant, which is not really from from dry places. It's like semi-humid, and some other kind of plants that can make an extract. We can leave it there for 3 or 4 days as a small fermentation without any sun directly, and after that we separate the solids, so that when we use the pumping machine to spread out on the animal, does not clog, so it's a liquid part, and that helps a lot. And we can do this, like, if it is a great infestation of cattle tick, we can use it every single week, and there's no problem. There's no resistant problem, That's based basically on neem tree. Thank you.
If I can take a cue from what my colleague was saying, is that we usually what happens is now your antimicrobial resistance has overshadowed the concern for acaricidal resistance, tick resistance. We find in most countries, most of the acaricides do not work on ticks. So, as he was saying, the natural products are pretty good. They don't develop resistance. And again, this does have a One Health impact, because a lot of tick-borne diseases, like in our country, we have this disease called Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever that has been emerging, and directly from the ticks in bovines, and bovines are carriers of that virus. Similarly, we have other Babesia, Anaplasma, and other tick-borne diseases that are slowly being seen in humans. So this is an issue that is going to blow up maybe 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line. So we need to take cognizance of the fact that it's not only antimicrobial resistance in the sense of antibacterial resistance to antibiotics, but it's also acaricidal resistance that needs to be considered and thought about. So, and yes. And we do have that videos on same, as I said, that 30 ailments we are talking about, the tick formulation also is there. It has to be cost effective. Without that, it's not going to sustain. So everything, as you were saying, neem is the basic component of that, and we have Acorus calamus also, which is another sweet flag, so which are very effective in control of ticks. Thank you.
Could I come in, Scott, please?
Sure, please.
Sorry, I don't really have a good way of letting you know, because I think I'm probably behind you. I just wanted to quickly go back to the question on animal welfare. It's my job on this panel really to respond as a representative of the Animal Welfare Action Network, but I will try and tie it to this question. So on the stray cattle point, there really isn't a magic bullet. There are places like sanctuaries, rescue organizations where animals can be brought to, but the core issue really is prevention. We should not have that happen, and animals get abandoned for a variety of reasons, and it's not the owner's fault in most cases. So we need to invest in education. We need to help owners improve their livelihood so that they can properly care for their animals. And then the point I raised earlier is access to veterinary care, access to medicines that allow the communities to properly take care of their animals. And then a more general point about animal welfare that's Ulf alluded to, and thank you very much for that, is animal welfare is really, really crucial for animal health. So my main message to you here is that better animal welfare leads to better animal health. There is less need for the use of antimicrobials, so that lessens the risk of AMR spiraling out of control. There is a lesser risk of zoonotic spillover of disease to humans, and animal welfare also leads to better productivity. So what I would like to argue here is that it is really a win-win, and I would love to explore the specific benefits with you at a later point. But that's the kind of general message that I'd like to take to you.
Okay, thanks, Anna. And I believe Faguri, you also would like to make an intervention, please.
Moi, je voudrais parler de la résistance aux parasites. C'est aussi une problématique France et la Nouvelle-Zélande, je pense qu'il n'y a que 5 ou 6 antiparasites qu'on utilise dans la pratique. Et si on ne fait pas une bonne stratégie, on risque d'avoir une résistance aux parasites qui va nuire au bétail. Donc, c'est comme des antibiotiques, la même chose dans les parasites. Il faut faire attention, donc il ne faut pas jouer avec les produits. Donc, voilà, surtout je voudrais attirer l'attention sur les parasites qui est un fléau quand même du bétail, surtout les animaux du pâturage.
Merci beaucoup. Okay, let's see. I think you were next in purple, and then I'll go there, and then I'll come back across to this side.
Yes, thank you. I am Margarita Gomarowska from Veterinary Sans Frontières International, BSF. I'm sorry, it's not a question, but it was just to come back to the topic of providing access to animal health at community level, to training and so on. So BSF, we are training community-based animal health workers. Every year we provide training or refresh training to around 4,000, 5,000 cows, community animal health workers. And we are working together with the WOA, with the World Organization for Animal Health, to develop guidelines for curricula and training curricula and competencies for community-based animal health workers. So there is now active at WOA level an ad hoc group to develop these guidelines. And as BSF, we are also looking at some recommendation to make these cows program sustainable, because there is a huge diversity of programs around the world. So I would be happy to provide some information if any of you is interested. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that intervention. It's just making me wonder if we need almost a library or a resource page that's part of GASL that directs people to the different opportunities to bring these types of interventions down to farmer and community level. Since there seems to be so many that are available, it would be a really great resource potentially to have pulled together. Okay, there was one more question, please, over there. Yeah?
Hi, Bonnie Skinner. I'm CEO of Sheep Producers Australia. So we're the peak representative body for the sheep industry in Australia. My question is around toxoplasmosis and toxoplasma. We know it affects 1/3 of the population. It's hugely prevalent. It's often described as a silent parasite. Of course, it's a major public health issue, which we all know about. A One Health approach to this issue is pretty critical. That means collaborating across human health, animal health, plant health sectors to really improve the identification, understand the prevalence, the true prevalence in a lot of countries, and also put risk-based measures in place to manage this parasite. I'm interested in the panel's views on how are we responding to this challenge? Can we have a report card, a scorecard, in terms of views of the panel on this? And what is the role of FAO and GASL in continuing to drive the One Health approach to this issue?
Right, I don't see any of my co-panelists wanting to speak. So I will.
I could kick us off if you like with one little statement, Scott.
Okay, please.
Is that okay?
Yeah, please jump in.
So thank you for raising the question of One Health. It's absolutely key. And what's quite clear probably to everyone in this room is that the weakest link probably in the triangle of animal health, human health, environmental health is animal health systems. So I think GASL and FAO and all of us have a huge role in kind of advocating for and pulling resources to strengthen animal health systems across the entire system to otherwise we cannot really operationalize One Health. I wonder what others think about this.
Just to add to what my colleague was saying, I think then the One Health cycle of inter playing of the parasite in various species. Like probably you got to control it in cats first. Cats are the basic sources of toxoplasmosis. So how do you have a cat control program, isn't it? So it has to start. So everything is connected, as we're saying. So how do you bring about a control program in your cats to control the problem in your sheep and goat? So that is the sort of interconnectedness we're talking about. So
just add two small, quick additional comments with addition to the panel. You know, a lot of countries have gone through the process of setting up One Health programming where they actually go through actually prioritizing diseases. And then there are technical working groups or subgroups or platforms that are put together, particularly for zoonotic diseases. Now, toxo, in my experience, has not made it high up on the list compared to some other diseases like rabies, like high-path avian influenza, you know, COVID causing viruses, things like that. So I think, you know, what you're talking about and what is an opportunity perhaps is to introduce that, to have it elevated. If you're able to demonstrate the impact it's having on the livestock sector, on you know, sort of the production, productivity, farmers, livelihoods, then I think it has more traction than just as a named disease. The other thing I would encourage you to do, as was suggested, is to get in touch with the veterinary, you know, small animal vet groups and see if there is some traction there as well, because we also know in cat owners it's an issue. And the last thing to just mention that you know, you asked FAO, what are you doing? Well, I would just say very quickly that with the quadripartite, FAO, WHO, WOA, and UNEP, we recently have launched this One Health Joint Plan of Action. And here in this region, we've had already a regional workshop with partners as well as national stakeholders. And eventually we're looking to roll that out down to country level. And that joint plan of action really is our framework for moving forward with One Health that is inclusive of animal health, public health, wildlife, and environment professionals. Okay, 1 minute there. I promise this side of the room, and I see a hand way in the back.
Okay, Fred from International Livestock Research Institute. One comment on animal welfare. I just want to raise your awareness. Of course, production is one issue. Processing and slaughter is another issue. We've found actually the major challenges in slaughterhouses in the region related to animal welfare. I just want to address it as is also, of course, as we know, some effects on meat quality and food safety. And I think there's a nice learning. Of course, in the region, there's a niche market also for dog processing and dog slaughter. And there's a lot of NGOs working on that, make that actually better. And this has really changed in Vietnam over recent years. So I think we can even probably learn from that a little bit. I just want to say, well, it's of course, many people don't like to eat dog for sure, but I think things have changed because this has been properly addressed and with consumer campaigns. So again, it comes back to the consumer that we also need to think about the consumer, how they can actually change things in the future, in particular related to animal welfare. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. Was there one other hand? Yeah, please, right there, and then we're coming back across.
Thank you, Scott. My name is Kashin. So I just wanted to share that Bhutan has been facing unprecedented disease outbreaks this year, and we really come to the understanding that the two major factors are poor biosecurity and transboundary infections. So my question to the panelists sitting here is, I'm really interested to know what kind of sustainable solutions are there for improving biosecurity for smallholder farmers. That's one. And then the second one is, I think now we're talking more and more about One Health. It has become so important for transboundary collaborations to be there. And in that sense, I want to know what GASL, or if GASL is really looking at envisioning really strengthening collaboration, especially transboundary collaboration. So those two are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with Bhutan. We'll come back across.
Thank you.
Thank you.
about transboundary cooperation. I think that's the whole idea of GASL, and we are not how say executive or operational body in that sense. Perhaps the action networks, but I mean meeting places like this to interact with people from other parts of the world or other countries. That's what we provide a meeting place, I think. So that's the whole idea almost of GASL, to exchange experiences from different parts of the world. And I agree fully with you that we can do a lot of learning from other parts. That was the second question.
If I may add to what my colleague said, is especially in the smallholder systems that we have in our region, what are the small learnings that you can provide the farmer? Like when you buy the animal, what are the things you need to look into? When you buy an animal, should you directly put it into your herd? What is the quarantine period that you need to have so that the disease does not spread? What are the symptoms of a healthy animal? So small things, simple things that a farmer can understand in his language needs to be provided. And as I said, extension is one of the most important aspects of it. So training the farmers in simple language on small things, on small interventions that can be done, which can really make a very, very good impact in preventing disease spread and occurrence. So training is something that can be done, and I think many agencies, including NDDB, does provide training. Also from Bhutan, a lot of batches have come. So I think that can be done.
Could I react to the animal welfare question?
Please do.
Sorry, Scott, I always jump on from behind your
We
back.
don't see you until you jump in, so it's great. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's a hugely important point about animal welfare at the end of the animal's life. So essentially, slaughterhouses, that's where the animal also enters the human food chain. So it's all interconnected, really, as someone said before. And there are standards, there are slaughter standards. We've been working with WOA to develop them, they exist, but obviously, as is often the case, implementation is lacking. So it is, again, the job of all of us to push for implementing them. Definitely NGOs are working closely with governments, with veterinary services to have those standards kind of come to life. And again, I think it's important to go back to the impact of poor welfare. So obviously there is impact on the animal. So during slaughter, it's huge stress, it's huge suffering, which is a problem in itself, obviously. But there is also, as the person asking the question hinted at, there is also the risk of disease if those slaughter standards are not implemented, if there is sort of improper practices that could lead to contamination. So that leads to meat quality. We even have evidence that shows that stress in the animal has an effect on meat quality, but there is also food safety. So the kind of contamination that could happen during slaughter, where poor welfare standards basically mean poor hygiene standards in many cases, which increases the risk of contamination and the risk of food safety in the human food chain. So there is a huge role of consumers. It is already happening. Consumers are demanding better welfare, are asking where their animal source foods are coming from. It is obviously very much driven from the global north, but it is probably a trend that's going to continue globally. But we cannot leave it to consumers. We all have to work on this, and particularly I'm looking at colleagues from the private sector. We, as NGOs, animal welfare NGOs, want to work with you to make improvements there.
Okay, thank you. I've got two more comments from our panelists. I have one final comment, and I think there was one more question that I want to let happen, and then we're going to call a close and ask Madhur to come up for a wrap-up. Okay? Arturo.
Yep. Thank you, Scott. Just regarding animal welfare, We are really concerned in Mexico in trying to get all those producers, even small or medium or large, with the aid of an electric fence to think about the occupation period of the cattle or sheep in this and today. Let's say we have 1 day or 2 day occupational period, and we have resting period for the paddock, for the pasture of about 40, 45 days, depending on the zone. We are really threatening or putting against the wall to the parasites and the cattle tick especially. So we have really good results whenever we have a resting period for the paddock of about 60 or 70 days. Much less cattle tick instead of a continuous grazing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Arturo. Faguri, please.
Moi, je voudrais répondre à la question de boutons. Les maladies transfrontalières, il y a deux types. Il y a celles qui sont transmises par les animaux. Alors là, il faut faire attention donc, au passage des animaux d'un pays à un autre. Mais il y a des maladies qui sont transmises par des vecteurs. Et on voit maintenant avec le réchauffement climatique, il y a beaucoup de vecteurs qui sont actifs et qui remontent un peu vers le nord et qui transmettent les maladies telles que la PPR, par exemple. Nous, on n'a pas vu la PPR depuis 1956, mais depuis maintenant 4 ou 5 ans, on est dedans. Donc, c'est à cause des vecteurs.
Merci beaucoup. I think the other complement to Faguri's comments are also that we have also transboundary disease issues that are often facilitated by movement of people. And so we certainly know that people carrying animals or moving animals and animal products can be a source of introduction across borders. And then certainly we need to keep in mind wildlife. And certainly we know depending on the disease, there can be different diseases with gazelle or other ungulate species that are moving diseases, as well as avian diseases, particularly high-path avian influenza, which we know is linked somewhat to migratory bird movement. So I think that we have a combination of these things that, you know, I'm not saying it's only wildlife, but there's potential movement with wildlife and then local movement within production systems and local production modalities. So I think these are all a combination of the different threats that we need to be dealing with. And I'd also refer you to the GF-TADS program. There's a collaboration between FAO and WOA, and there is a regional strategy that was put out last year that is available online that also provides some guidance and some direction related to some of the transboundary animal diseases. I see your hand, Mador, one moment. And then the last thing that I want to mention, going back to this whole issue of welfare at slaughter, FAO is the secretary for the Animal Health and Production Commission, AFCA. There is a poster out at the FAO booth in the hallway, and AFCA recently produced guidelines on livestock transportation and slaughter. And so those are also available online. And for those of you who don't know about AFCA, and if you're interested to know more, it's a group of now 18 countries in this region who all work together to support sustainable livestock production and smallholder productivity. And AFCA is something that member nations, member countries can become part of. So we certainly are happy to talk to you here in this region if you're interested to know more about AFCA. Okay, Mador, do you want to jump in on this, or do you want to just come give your summary? Is that what you're raising your hand for? Because I have one more question I promised to let come. Last question. Great.
Okay, thank you, Scott and Medora. So we were asked what problems we see in our regions, and I'm going to refer to the earlier request to look at problems coming in the future. And I see it as something to do with mRNA vaccines. And I think we can all attest to the value of mRNA vaccines if we're all sitting in this room here. But I see it as likely that technology will be utilized in livestock in the future. It's a rapid way to develop vaccines to emerging threats. But I see an emerging threat to that around the vaccine misinformation that has promulgated during COVID. And I was recently contacted by a group of cattle producers in America, well-educated, good, excellent cattle producers, with concerns that there was an mRNA vaccine that was being introduced for cattle disease, I don't even remember which one, and that this was somehow a way to sneak COVID vaccines into humans that chose not to get vaccinated. And so I am concerned that misinformation around this technology will actually ultimately have an impact on the ability to use mRNA vaccines, but maybe more generally vaccines in livestock. And I see that as an emerging issue, is this misinformation around vaccinations.
Yeah, thank you. I think your points also yesterday are well taken at the importance of us making sure we get the science and the data right and we get it out and communicated properly to the stakeholders so that we're making informed decisions. I don't know how GASL will potentially take on this whole issue of vaccines and mRNA vaccines and, broadly speaking, vaccination as a whole, but certainly we've noted it. Okay, we've had a great series of questions from all of you and a great series of responses from our panel. Before Mador comes up and gives us a closing summary, which you're welcome to come up to the podium, I would like to just take a moment to thank Anna, who's been with us on and off online, also Faguri, Ulf, Arturo, and Harikumar. Thank you very much for your excellent inputs, and let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Okay, and Mador will give us a final summary of our session based on all of the exchanges. Mador, over to you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, so very interesting session, and thank you all for being so engaged and participating. In the first panel, we spoke about the impacts of health and disease drivers, and that was a bit of a philosophical session with lots of things coming out of it. So we had a first presentation on the regional perspectives, and we heard mostly about Southeast Asia. The majority of livestock production is smallholders, mostly for domestic consumption. Some countries export. Now, some of the major drivers that were highlighted were climate change, infectious diseases such as ASF, lumpy skin disease being the more recent emerging challenges, avian influenza being endemic in the region, AMR, COVID-19, and an interesting perspective on feed prices, energy prices, and labor costs rising and how they're impacting smallholders. Then there was a mention of the digitalization, that this is the age of digitalization, and how data can help in dealing with some of the drivers. So smart farms, precision farming, data was mentioned. The example of community-based One Health surveillance system, the participatory One Health disease detection for DD, and the excellent example of public health volunteers serving as animal health volunteers in reporting using digital technology, mobile applications. And then linking these One Health surveillance systems to One Health rapid responses. Then there was the importance of continuing education, and One Health continuing education, which was mentioned in the region through the COO network. So not only building the capacity of the One Health professional workforce in the different sectors, but now taking it down to the schools to introduce the concept of One Health earlier into the minds of people. And then the importance of collaborative research to build the evidence base. So in a nutshell, what came out was that One Health collaboration across sectors is key for disease surveillance, for rapid response, and for continuing education. Then we had the panel discussion on the impacts of the disease and the drivers, and we heard from the different regions. And here is where the really interesting perspective came out. And it was interesting to hear from Latin America that, humans have lost connection with the food, and we've lost connection with nature. And the three divides were mentioned, the nature divide, the social divide, and the psychological divide. One of the key points that came out was that we need a different communication strategy to connect with the importance of livestock and food. And I think this is for something that GASL needs to take on. How can we communicate this in a better way? The main systems were highlighted. Most of them are extensive in Latin America, grazing type of systems. The top three drivers were mentioned, and these were really, I think, drivers for change. So promoting the One Health approach, focusing on genetic improvement, vaccination, and biosecurity, the urgent need to transform policies to actions by making sure that the smallholders are not excluded from the policies, and conserving and preserving the local breeds and their genetic potential. So that was an important point that was raised from Latin America. And the final point was that we don't need to produce the best food in the world, but to produce the best food for the world. I really like that. Then from Southeast Asia, we heard about the growing importance of the One Health approach, and how it has been included in the G20 communique as well, and the usefulness of One Health to bring together the multiple ministries and to marry the different perspectives. I think that's a very important point that was raised, because One Health can be everything and it can result into nothing. And I think where the real benefits from One Health would come, where it brings benefit to everybody involved in that, and it adds value to what is being done currently in a single sector. Then the importance of technology for managing these different disease and health drivers was highlighted, the example of genomic surveillance. The other important aspect that was raised was to focus on global goods, because those global goods are good for everybody, and there's not a competition for those goods. And those goods include things like, data standards, building global public goods for One Health surveillance, for those kind of things, because these global goods then are cheaper and more efficient to scale across countries and regions. We heard from China about the importance of the balance between animal and plant-based foods for healthy diets, and how this balance can also help in resolving the perpetual conflict that is there between people who advocate for vegetarianism versus eating animal source foods. So, and the need to ensure that livestock systems are linked to nature, finding the balance between production and nature. So again, it's interesting that these perspectives came both from Latin America and Asia. We heard from Oceania For them, the biggest focus is biosecurity, and the fact that their production system is extensive, and it is the nature of the region is such that it buffers it from disease. The information and extension is high, but there were concerns that climate change is going to be a big driver and is increasing the risk of pests and vectors that would come into their region. Animal welfare was highlighted, the second point, biosecurity and animal welfare was highlighted as very important. So maintaining profitable production, keeping into account the animal health welfare standards that need to be followed based on where they produce and where they sell. And then the third point they highlighted was knowledge and innovation. So continuously investing in knowledge and education and training farmers and leveraging research and innovation to make sure that the farmers get the best benefits out of these research and innovations. Then we had a Q&A session, and a very interesting point came from our audience, that why is nutrition not part of One Health? We talk about animal, plant, and the environment. Why don't we talk about nutrition? So again, I think this is something that needs to be put into GASL's communication strategy, that nutrition is an important part of One Health, sustainable livestock transformation, bringing the benefits. I can see Shirley has some ideas. Then again, the One Health paradigm and the added benefits. Another question that was raised was about, I'm not sure I understood it fully because there was a translation in Spanish, about small producers having their own standards and policies and not being asked to follow some of the standards and policies that are relevant for the more bigger intensified production systems. And whether there should be an element of standards of ecosystem benefits linked to the small producers. Yeah. And then there was a point raised about that productivity should not be disconnected from healthy livestock. So a key point coming out was linking productivity with nature, linking food with nature, linking livestock systems with nature. Other points that were raised was about water supply and sanitation, and the importance of preventing disease and the importance of the use of indigenous knowledge. So, and then bringing in the modern technologies to supplement this need for indigenous knowledge. And again, I think in the second panel, when we heard about the solutions, this came up as well, that indigenous knowledge is all very good, but then using that knowledge to build the evidence base to empirically data. Then we moved to the session on solutions, and some key solutions that came out was vaccines was number one. Yeah. So how do we make sure that there is access and availability of vaccines and medicines? And some of the challenges that were highlighted and the solutions that were highlighted were thermostable vaccines and their availability, enhancing local production at country level, and providing countries with the technical assistance to produce their own vaccines and make sure that they're efficacious. And the need for the public and the private sector to come together to ensure access and availability of quality vaccines. And then marrying it with robust animal health systems that are capable of delivering the vaccines to the last mile. A point raised was about the value of mRNA vaccines. I think this links more to innovation and bringing in technology to produce innovative vaccines, but at the same time countering disinformation on the use of vaccines. And there are many examples, but that was an excellent example as well. Then the second point that was raised as a solution was trainings. So how to train the people who deliver the services, incorporating traditional knowledge in those trainings. Training the farmers, training the village level workers, training them on best practices, and using the train the trainer model and training the community animal health workers. And then making sure that these trainings are not just delivered once, but there are continuous refresher trainings. We heard about the competencies for the community animal health workers, and then linking these competencies to the services that need to be delivered in the different countries and the regions. Then we heard about the solutions for reducing the burden of diseases. And somebody said that, transboundary diseases get all the attention, but probably the burden from endemic diseases and parasitic diseases is high. And, one of the solutions to reduce the burden of diseases is to focus on good animal husbandry, good feeding practices, good biosecurity practices, and these are the cornerstones of improving animal health, whether it is for controlling transboundary diseases or anything else. The aspect of communicating disease risks to farmers was raised. How do you engage the farmers in dealing with, in recognizing emerging threats and mitigating their impact on the smallholder farmers, and the solutions on the community-based approaches to disease detection and response. We heard about a very innovative solution from Mexico, organizing the different systems, the livestock, the cattle, the beef, the dairy, the ovine, the poultry, and then inviting producers to join these systems and learn from each other, so more co-learning approaches. There was a lot of discussion on animal welfare and how it can be a solution to some of these drivers, because animal welfare goes hand in hand with environmental welfare. Animal welfare is crucial for health. Animal welfare is crucial for food safety, meat quality, and how consumers and their preferences on animal welfare can be brought in to drive the changes that are needed for health and life. The growing problem of acaricide resistance was discussed, and how people focus on AMR, but acaricide resistance is a huge problem as well, and how One Health approach can be used to understand the burdens and to come up with collaborative solutions to deal with these issues. And finally, the one thing that emerged was strengthening animal health systems is the key, because often this is the weakest link in managing diseases and all these aspects around them. And GASL MSP need to focus on strengthening animal health systems. There was a question that was raised on how sustainable solutions for improving biosecurity for smallholders can be found. And I think I can have a bilateral discussion, because FAO has worked on some of these aspects in many countries. And again, the solutions are public-private partnerships, with the public sector driving these enabling policies and incentives that bring about the change, and the private sector really working on these solutions. So I think a few key messages came out: that One Health solutions are needed, public-private partnerships are needed, the broader issues of production, food systems, nature-based solutions, all those need to be integrated. and bringing in the nutrition dimension into the One Health paradigm, and focusing on how technology, knowledge, innovation, co-learning, and benefits for all can be used for mutual advantage to everybody. Now, I'd like to quickly open up the floor, if we have a few minutes, to discuss some suggestions from the audience. So, areas of action that GASL should take for the implementation of this concept. I summarized some of them, but from the audience, any other actions that remain, or I haven't touched it.
Thank you very much. This was a very interesting session. I just want to ask a question, and I think we had this discussion with you over here, that are the correct people in the room. These are the correct people, but these are only part of the correct people. We have had a tradition of only getting technical people in veterinary and animal production, not even in agribusiness, not in infrastructure, not in planning, not in finance, all of these. Yet the problems we have are really in their hands. So I think for GASL, we need to expand and have more than just our technical people. We stop playing church. We need to do evangelism and get in the right people into the forum if we want to have the answers.
Thank you very much. Great point. We have a hand there.
Hi, this is a bit of a question from the last session. My name is Tracy Sullivan. I'm from the Australian Veterinary Association. We're currently looking at ways of improving the level of pain relief medication in the organic industry. But what we're limited by is limited by the trade regulations and requirements of international organic markets, which reduces the amount of products that we have available for pain relief for animal husbandry procedures. Would it be a role for GASL to make some recommendations for pain relief in the organic international industry?
Madhur, do you want some help there?
I didn't hear the question very
So,
clearly.
I'll answer and I'll tell you later. My suggestion is you bring that suggestion, that idea to the policy forum session this afternoon, which I think is very relevant, and I'm hoping that when we go into the policy forum discussion that there will be additional policy issues that are brought to bear, and so perhaps we could look to the GASL leadership to potentially take on board some of these big picture policy issues that are being identified as the way forward for sustainable livestock transformation.
Okay, any others? Is everyone hungry for lunch?
Yeah, we have one more comment from Ulf, and I want to give a closing comment at the very end.
Not to be defensive, but I agree on you with regarding the right people. I had prepared some plea for a broader thinking, but I was not allowed by the moderator to put that forward, and there were very technical questions from the audience. So I think that geared the conversation there. I think it's super important that we believe in animal health, but how we communicate that or create a narrative around that. And GASL have their 4 sustainability domains: the food security and nutrition, livelihood and economic growth, climate and environment. and then animal health. And I think we have to communicate around this, that animal health contribute to all these elements. So I agree fully with you. But is it a pig or is it sorry? I stop here. I agree, but I think we were scared by the questions in the audience a little bit. Sorry for being defensive. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
I don't take it personally, this affront. In fact, I'm actually one of the things I was going to suggest, because I know that each of you did prepare a bit of a statement, is that if you're willing to share it with us, that we can still incorporate some of that feedback and some of those ideas into the final report that is put together at the end of the GASL event.
Just to add a small suggestion is that yes, there have been a lot of talks, as Thanavat was saying, talk. Let's get into implementation, and certain ideas that are there in different countries, probably they require some exchange. So a south-south sort of interaction between the farmers through, of course, FAO and GASL is something that would really help take up these ideas for sustainable growth. So this training, inter-country south-south training is something that would be crucial in taking up all those key, transforming parameters that are there already in the system and take it to a larger canvas. So this is my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, I think we want to wrap up and get on to lunch. I want to thank Madhur for a great summary. Let's give her a round of applause. And Tonghorn for the opening plenary presentation. Thank you very much. And then last but not least, Nitya, could you stand up? Could you please stand up? This is the source of all those farm animals you heard when the first panel ran too late. And I'm hoping that you have set now a precedent for the future of all GASL meetings, that there will not necessarily that you'll be the timekeeper, but that GASL will implement some kind of vocalization related to our sector that helps speakers that speak for too long to understand they should be quiet. So hopefully it can be more and more creative with each sequential GASL event. There you go. We can move to pastoralist sounds perhaps one year. And so I think we have a lot of good ideas that could come about from this group. Anyway, I just want to really thank again all of our panelists, the first panel, second panel, our summary, and everyone who helped support the session. Anna, I guess you're still listening. Thanks from your end to jump in, and thanks to the IT people, because this was a bit of a challenge to jump back and forth, videos, people online, and our panel here. So thanks. Who will announce lunch and proceedings? Please. Thank you very much, everyone.
Before we gonna have lunch, I have a love letter for you all from the translator team. When you are on the way back from lunch, please register to borrow translation headsets. Thank you. And Miss Carolina Hiraldo and Dr. Sarah Osia. Please contact the registration table about your translation headset before lunch. Okay? And then we're gonna come back here again at 2 p.m. And don't forget the African team that you have to take a group photo over there at the backdrop in front of the room. Good appetit. Thank you.
Okay, may I have your attention? So please have a seat. We will start in 5 minutes for our afternoon session. So for anyone who is still outside of the room, please come join us in the meeting rooms. So I hope you all have a good lunch and good coffee and be ready to start our afternoon very soon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure that you're now like full of the food in your stomach. And how about Thai food today? Good. Which one you like? Okay, thank you. Okay, I have some announcement for the housekeeping. Today for dinner, today we will go to the Kum Khan Tok restaurant with the northern style food. Okay, and we all will meet at the hotel lobby at 6 p.m. Okay, 6 p.m. at the lobby for today. Okay, and another thing for the field trip tomorrow. I'm sure that may I have the slide for field trip, please? I'm sure that you all have your sticker on your name tag. Could you please look at that? And for your sticker is identify your route for your field trip that you selected already. Okay? Okay, for our field trip, we have 5 routes. Number 1, next slide please. Okay, number 1, we go to Mae On Dairy Cattle Farm. You identify as blue color. Number 2, Mae Cha Organic Eggs Farm. Identify as orange. And Route 3, San Kampang Cattle Farm. Okay, identify as I'm not sure. It's a red color. And number 4, Chai Pakan Dairy Agriculture Cooperative Limited. So this route is quite far. So you have to go there. We start at 7:30. Okay. And the last one, Route 5 at Hoi Hong Khai. So identify as the yellow. Okay. Next please. Okay. For Route 4, as I informed you, we will start at the hotel. Start from hotel 7:30. Please be ready at the lobby again. Okay, and we will be back at like 4:30. And for other route, for Route 1, Route 2, Route 3, and Route 5. So we will start at the hotel at 8 a.m. Okay, at the lobby at 8 a.m. We will ready to going to the early center. Next slide, please. Next, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, at 8 a.m. at the lobby, we will divide to 2 teams. Team 1, we name Elephant Team. Elephant Team includes of Route 2 and Route 5. Okay, and another team is Tiger Team, Route 1 and Route 3. So for Elephant Team, we will go directly to the meeting room. And for Tiger Team, we will go directly to the site visit to the plant and biogas. Okay, and then we switch between the group again. Okay, I will tell you when we arrive at the site meeting. Okay, next please. Okay, this is maybe the last slide. Are there any questions? Maybe you can ask me or our staff outside for your field trip. Okay, next I will give the floor to our MC.
สวัสดีค่ะ Hello. I need attention. Okay, after the meeting today, after we finish, so we're gonna finish about 5 p.m., right? So after we finish, we're gonna have 2 big events. One is the officially exhibition over there, okay, at 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Another event gonna be the breakout rooms, the side event. We have 2 rooms down here, 1 floor down. So you have 1 hour before we going to the Kanto, to the dinner. So I'm gonna ask Mr. Fritz Schneider, is he around here? to give you an information about the exhibition first.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to introduce you to the exhibition. We call it Share Fair. We have altogether 43 booths with 64 posters. We had a very good response, especially from the region also, and I'm very happy to now then open this Share Fair exhibition. And I would like to thank everybody who has contributed to this success. When you go to the exhibition, you see at each booth such a sticker. It has a number, it has the author, and it has a title. This number leads you to the abstract which is uploaded on the web page. If you want to know more, we will see all the authors who have contributed. So you are invited, all the presenters, authors are invited to stick close to these posters today from 5 to 6, then tomorrow from 5 to 7, and Thursday 5 to 7. Thursday evening we will call the exhibition as closed, and you are then invited to remove the posters, the ones you want to take home, till Friday lunchtime. After Friday lunchtime we will take the posters off and we will recycle them. So for this exhibition I wish you very good discussions. I'm very happy that you have contributed so well, and I wish you a lot of good discussions, and thank you very much.
So about the side events, we have 2 rooms at the main ride 2 and main ride 3. So let Mr. Michael to give the details of that.
Hi everybody, my name's Michael Victor. I'm the head of communications and knowledge management at ILRI. Just before I give my pitch, how many people have heard of COP28? Okay, everybody. How should livestock be perceived, and how should livestock be seen at COP28? Do we want it to be seen as a climate problem or a climate solution? Solution, yeah? Okay. So if you want to see livestock as a climate solution and you want to really take part in it, we are having a campaign, a group of livestock champions from around the world it's called Advancing Livestock for Climate. And we are having a campaign called Solutions with Legs, taking a step in the right direction. Okay, and we'll explain the campaign and how you can get involved. We're looking for solutions, livestock solutions that support adaptation and mitigation towards addressing the climate crisis. We're looking for facts and figures, and we really want to get farmers and the voices of farmers and pastoralists and livestock keepers out there. So if you are working in a project that has solutions and you're working with farmers, or you are a farmer and you want to get your story out, come and see us at which room? Mingrai 2. How many people are going to come? Yeah, okay, good. Thank you very much. Ernesto, are you next? Yeah, come on over.
Yeah, thank you. How can I compete with the ILRI Communications Director? It's very close to your topic, Michael. At 5 o'clock in the room main guy 3, we are going to present the work that we together, Action Network Closing the Efficiency Gap, Global Network of Silvopastoral Systems, and Livestock for Social Development. We have developed a common approach to measure the impact of sustainability interventions. We are going to provide 2 elements. The first one is the methodological approach to measure at the farm level the impact of sustainability. And the second, we are going to present practical examples in which we have been using that approach. So you are mostly welcome if you want to join us in the room main guy 3 at 5 o'clock. Thank you.
So, are we clear here? I hope. For the next section, we're going to start the afternoon part right now. So allow me to invite Miss Mary Joy Gordon Silla. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Without much further ado, we'll start. And allow me to use this microphone because I don't think you will see me behind the podium. We'll start this afternoon. This will be a very interesting session because there's a lot of, this is an example of showing a difficult problem and how we will solve, we'll try and solve this together. It's kind of like a brainstorming session, if we say. But let us start with a kind of an icebreaker first. My colleague, Dr. Milo Bistricki, will share something on I think there's a prize at stake at this, Milo. Is it a round trip to Phuket or something? No, over to you, Milo.
Thank you, Joy. So hello, everyone. I hope you have a great lunch. Just to maybe avoid, I call it a gastric coma, or have a good coffee, let's warm us a bit with a little quiz before we start to deep into discussion for the AMR. So I would like to ask the colleague to present the Slido QR code. Unfortunately, there is no prize for a winner, but we will be thinking about for the next time, maybe a massage or something. But okay, so please log into either slido.com and type the code, or you can scan QR and use your phone, tablet, or smart PCs to log in. I will be operating from here because I need to let it start. So I'll give you like 30 seconds and then we can start with the first question. So, okay. What? Okay, so far we have 31 people logged in. Just give last 20 seconds. The quiz is open for the whole week, so you can also do it some other time. So I think we can start now. So the first question, bacteria are small single-celled organisms. Bacteria are found almost everywhere on Earth and are vital to the planet's ecosystem. They are found all over the inside and outside of our bodies. So under normal conditions, most of those that live inside us are pathogenic, causing or capable of causing disease, non-pathogenic, or the other option, non-pathogenic and beneficial, good for our health, or opportunistic. So we have last 5 seconds to answer. Here we go. 44% are for non-pathogenic and beneficial, and that is correct. Second question. Antibiotics are medicine to treat infection caused by viruses, bacteria, only pathogenic bacteria, or any microorganism including fungi. Okay, we continue. Great, 64% correct answer. Question number 3. Antibiotics must be taken only when they are needed. Overuse of antibiotics is a problem because A, they can kill beneficial viruses, B, our immune system may react against them, C, the treatment is expensive, or 4, or D, abuse or improper use increases the antibiotic resistance of bacteria. Tick-tock, two last seconds. Here we go. Yeah, 93% correct. This question will be quick. Antibiotics can distinguish between beneficial and harmful bacteria. True or false? False, 81%. Correct answer. Another question. Fewer antibiotics have been produced in the past 30 years. True or false? Okay, last question. Last second. True, 62%. When and how should antimicrobials be used? A, only after a clinical examination of the animals by a veterinarian or trained animal health professional. B, as soon as an animal owner asks a veterinarian or trained animal health professional to provide them with antimicrobials. Or C, in place of animal husbandry practices, hygiene, biosecurity, and vaccination programs. Last seconds. 3, 2, 1. Correct, 88%. Antimicrobials have been used in agriculture for decades, with recent estimates revealing that around, and what is the percentage of all antimicrobials worldwide that are used in agriculture? 50, 70, 40, or 30? Correct, 70%. Question number 8. What is the most important parameter to consider when choosing the appropriate antimicrobial? A, the farm records of a previous antimicrobial use, the clinical experience, and diagnostic insight. B, the opinion of the owner of the animal. C, personal antimicrobial preferences. Or D, advertisement for antimicrobial medicine. And here we go, almost, yeah, 99% correct. Question number 9. Antimicrobial resistant microbes can spread to other animals or human through A, contact with an animal that has an antimicrobial resistant clinical or subclinical infection. B, contact with an object used to care for an animal with an antimicrobial resistant infection, such as veterinary equipment. C, contact with food or water carrying out antimicrobial resistant microbes. Or the last option, all of the above. 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer, all of the above. Okay, last but not least the question, I can raise awareness about antimicrobial resistance by informing on the disease prevention and management, or providing detailed dosing, instructions, storage conditions, and record keeping, education on prudent use of antimicrobials, or sharing AMR awareness materials like posters, flyers, stickers, and they can use on a daily basis. Or the last option, all of the above. Yeah, 97% correct. And the last question of this quiz, reducing the level of antimicrobial use and implementation of an alternative measures will lose me money. Is it true or false? 78% responded correct. Thank you very much. Okay. And Nancy is the winner.
That's the top one, Nancy. Should we just at least acknowledge the top? Who's the top? Let's give it a hand for special massage package for Nancy. Just going ahead, I have mentioned that this will be an interesting session because this is where we will now be talking about things, like some balancing act for us. So maybe let me just start with a brief introduction and then I'll call the panelists for this session. Do we have one presentation? So I'll be quick because we know we are out of time. We'll have this session on livestock production and antimicrobial use as a driver of change from the perspective of economy. We all understand that increasing global population demands increased demand for food, which of course increased animal production are necessary to feed the growing population. This of course also demands increased use of antimicrobials more by volume. And then of course increased use of antimicrobials leads to increased prevalence of AMR, which then puts burden on the consequences of global health and economy. The question now is how do we reverse this in such a way that we are able to reduce effectively the prevalence of AMR and reduce the use of antimicrobials without compromising feeding the population that we need in a short, sustainable production. So there are solutions, but maybe this is a time that we can come together and reflect on how we are going to address this, informed with the relevant information that will help us in this sort of brainstorming process. So of course, production will not only be antimicrobial use reduction is not instant. It's not the only solution. We also need to work on improving genetics, improving feeds, improving biosecurity. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution. It's a complex problem, and it requires complex solutions. Aside from this, it also has added benefits. We have reduced not only the carriage and source, we reduce mortality, reduce morbidity of incidence of cases in animals. We reduce cost, sustain efficacy of related antimicrobials. Plus also it has additional benefit of having more sustained livelihood, food security, spread of disease is reduced. Transboundary animal diseases are reduced with these actions. And, okay, slow down. And animal welfare is also observed. So in that sense, it's a complicated response that we will need to have to address this. But we need to be also working with it in a systems approach. So in FAO, just to show you an example of what's being done, promoting responsible use, we also recognize the need for this to be supported by governance, by the right policies. And it's not a standalone work. We also need to reinforce with good practices. And this needs to be supported by evidence. It's not just like we decide this. It has to be reinforced with evidence, including monitoring and evaluation. And of course, we need to incorporate also the aspects of communication, awareness raising, to incite behavioral change. So all this just to show that it's not a one action thing. And this is the reason why the FAO Action Plan has all these pillars of work that we are trying to cascade in the region, globally, and in particular in the region, what we are trying to do at the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, where I come from, where I belong, is to have a strategy so that it fits the social context also in the region. So these are the combination of work that we do. In the end, the intention is that the work benefits animals by reduced antibiotic use, better animal health, improved animal welfare. We also look at the benefits from the farmer perspective, which is reduced cost of production, improved farm productivity, reduced risk of other infections, including transboundary animal diseases because of biosecurity practices, and improved livelihood. We also would like to look that it's beneficial to public health because reduced incidence or reduced antimicrobial use could also reduce antimicrobial resistance overall, and this is a reduced risk for the public. And of course, better ecosystems because spillovers are also reduced. Overall, the work on reducing antimicrobial use, it doesn't only benefit the public, it doesn't only benefit the animals, or nor just the animal health systems, but overall, it leads to always better production. So that's just a brief introduction. And today, we're delighted to have a different perspective on antimicrobial use. These are our panel members, but let us start with hearing from Dr. Alejandro Acosta from Food and Agriculture Organization from Rome, who will be talking about from the economist perspective on antimicrobial use reduction. Over to you, Alejandro. Okay.
So, can I ask how many of you are economists? It is clear that perhaps 60 are veterinarians or animal scientists. How many in the room are economists? See, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5. The ones that got the wrong answers, I believe. So this is a very interesting topic to be approached from an economic angle. And it's also very interesting the conversations between veterinarians and economists. I believe that we are trying to approach a similar problem from different angles. Often veterinarians trying to highlight a lot that the benefits are higher than the cost. I believe that under the intuition that if you show that the benefits are higher, then people will act and will invest. As economists, it's actually the opposite. We are trying to show that the costs are higher than the benefits. And for simple reasons. One of those is that one of the reasons for public interventions is that there is an externality. And an externality means that the social and environmental cost is higher than the private cost. In other terms, if as an economist you show that the benefits are higher than the cost, you are done. That is pretty much the synthesis of my presentation. I think that we did a very good job in trying to explain the motivation of why antimicrobial resistance is important. Let me then just start from the third point. In 2018, FAO issued a recommendation to cease the use of antimicrobials as growth promoters in livestock. Last year, the Global Leaders Group on Antimicrobial Resistance asked the quadripartite, namely WHO, FAO, WOHA, and UNEP, to assess the economic impact of AMR. We, in FAO, have been asked to estimate the cost of the recommendation that we issue, meaning the cost of phasing out the use of AGPs, antimicrobials used as growth promoters, in livestock. And I'm currently coordinating a group of economists trying to address this complex question. So from an economic perspective, this is very similar to the tragedy of the commons. I don't know if you are familiar with that concept, but it's a concept that describes a situation in which individuals acting in their self-interest overuse a shared resource. This, of course, leads to a detrimental outcome for the collective common good. So this is an example of what happens with the use of antimicrobials. If you use antimicrobials prudently, it will have a tremendous effect in society. If each individual is trying to maximize its own utility by overusing it, the effect of that public good will be, it will have a detrimental effect on that common good. I don't want to go through the framework that we have developed to assess this complex issue. I just want to highlight that what I'm going to present today are mostly or only FAO results. I'm saying that because there are other organizations involved in this process, and I just want to socialize some of the approaches that we are using from FAO to address this issue. So the results that I'm going to present are related to that blue box, and it's just to estimate one part of the picture, the effects of antimicrobial use on the economic cost for society. That means that there are going to be other components. Together with this, next year we will be working on estimating the economic cost of the resistant component. So let me use this slide to explain what is that we are doing. In very simple terms, there are only two ways to estimate the economic cost of these antimicrobials. Both are related to productivity. So either you have a productivity shock related to the use or to reduce the use of an input, in this case, a growth promoter. So you remove the use of an input, that is a growth promoter, and you want to measure the effect on output. Another way of doing it, and other colleagues, especially from WOH, are doing that, you want to assess what is the cost of increasing the level of resistance. So what will be the cost for animals of increasing the level of resistance on productivity? The way how we are trying to approach that is from the first approach, and is what will be the effect of removing this use of growth promoters. Perhaps the most important aspect on this exercise is to understand this parameter. What is the effect of growth promoters on livestock productivity? And when you review the literature, you see that there is a lot of discrepancies on this information. Out of the literature survey that we conducted, we obtained more than 1,000 records. Out of those 1,000 records, we reviewed 74 papers since 1990, and these are the results of that review. So mostly what we are observing here is that the level of variance tends to see quite small in poultry and cattle, with, let's say, effects ranging from 1 to 2%. And when it goes to pig production, you see that the level of variability of that parameter is extremely higher, ranging from 1 to 6% with a maximum of 9. We are conducting, or we are having an expert consultation at the end of next month to be able to complement this part of the analysis. So what I'm here trying to say is, if the purpose of the whole analysis is to measure the effect on productivity, it's crucial that we have a very good understanding on those parameters. Now, it will be too simplistic to assume that the effects of those parameters will be linear and homogeneous among different groups. As we know, and here we are borrowing some concepts from the OECD, it is very likely that the effects of antimicrobials being used as growth promoters will be smaller in production systems where low management practices. That effect tends to increase when the level of management increases, in this case, group of countries 2 and 3, but then when you approximate an optimum, the effects of antimicrobial resistance tends to decrease. So we use these 5 scenarios in combination with the previous slide to allocate different effects on of productivity on these livestock production systems. So the first thing that we did was to estimate the business as usual scenario. By how much will total output increase by 2033 under regular circumstances? And this is the result. We know that meat production is going to increase by about 13% in the next 10 years. That means achieve from 325 million metric tons to around 367 million metric tons. And this is one of the first results. We are showing that the decrease in productivity, meaning the production foregone, the production that could have taken place but is not going to take place due to the removal of that input, could be around 76 million tons. That is a very important, huge reduction of around 21%. If we compare that to what we could have obtained by 2033 without having removed the use of growth promoters. And perhaps this result is more interesting because it shows that the distribution of the costs and benefits are going to differ between countries. So we are expecting around 4 countries to bear the cost of that decrease in meat production. That decrease in meat production are not going to have economic impacts, but as prices will increase, there is going to be also an increase in food prices that will have an effect on consumption and of course on the level of food security of low-income social groups. So in synthesis, what I'm here trying to highlight is that phasing out the use of growth promoters will have a significant economic effect, especially in the short term. That effect is being explained by the decrease in supply and the related or associated increase in prices. There will be losers and winners. Some countries will pay the cost because they will be experience a reduction in their supply, but the increase in prices also will allow other countries to jump into the market to fill that gap. And as indicated, the shock will go beyond the production cost, affecting also consumption levels, poverty, and food security indicators. So I believe what here we are trying to highlight, going beyond the production part itself and trying to understand livestock as a part of a broader system, is that while some parts of the system, the human sector part, might benefit, there are other parts of the system that actually might need to pay for the cost of that, of transforming that negative externality into a positive outcome. Now the question is how we can offset, how we can compensate those negative and positive benefits. So that is in synthesis the way how we are approaching this analysis. These are very preliminary results, and I would like to receive your comments on the framework, the results that we are having. This is the first time that we are presenting this, and again, it's just a very preliminary discussion of the approaches and preliminary results that we are having out of this policy analysis work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Acosta. At this point, I would like to bring in the rest. I'm sure there will be lots of questions, so please stay with us, Dr. Acosta, and we call on the other panel members coming from different segments of these sectors. We have people coming from the government, from the academy. May I just call on Dr. Tikiri Priyanto will be joining us via Zoom, I suppose, so he will be online. And he is from the World Organization for Animal Health. We also have from the Department of Livestock Development of Thailand, Mr. Santi Pangmao, Dr. Santi Pangmao over there, please join us. And also from the perspective of academia, Dr. Ulf Magnusson from the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, please join us. And from the private sector, Dr. Sakdib Anulo Sombat will be joining us. He is from Beta Grow. Sorry, I speak too fast apparently. And Dr. Michelle Zorati from Canadian Cattle Association from Canada. So we have Dr. Zorati. Everyone is here? So I suppose I will be the rose among these thorns to join them. For the first time, I'll be the most beautiful in the panel. Okay. So I think we have all heard the presentation from Dr. Acosta from the economist perspective. Perhaps what would be interesting is to hear your views on that, and based on your experience from the respective sectors that you represent, please share us a bit of an overview of your thoughts on the matter.
Thank you. Hey everybody, good afternoon. My name is Mitchell Zorati, and I work for the Canadian Cattle Association. We're the national organization representing beef producers in Canada. And also grew up in Western Canada on a beef farm, and I'm the 5th generation on a ranch. So couple thoughts from Canada's perspective. Antibiotic stewardship and resistance has been a high priority for Canada's beef industry for well over 25 years. We recognize that antibiotic stewardship is key to showing that slowing the development of antibiotic resistance, and to ensuring a continued effectiveness to support human and animal health and welfare. The Canadian beef industry has made significant investment to develop an effective and collaborative framework in which industry, researchers, and regulations can investigate antimicrobial use and antimicrobial resistance in Canadian beef. These efforts have informed regulatory changes back in 2018 that restricted the use of medically important antibiotics to veterinary prescription-only access and stopped their use for growth promotion in cattle. And for over 20 years, a Canada-wide surveillance system, the Canadian Integrated Partnership on Antimicrobial Resistance Surveillance, has been monitoring antibiotic use and resistance in bacteria relevant to human and animal health. These initiatives are crucial to ensure a continued science-based approach to antibiotic stewardship, industry policy, and government regulation that will maintain a viable, robust, and sustainable Canadian beef industry. Nearly all of the operations in Canada use antibiotics, but operations only treat a very small portion of their herds, and they rely on antibiotics that are of low to medium importance in human medicine, so not the drugs of highest importance. And I'll just close just by saying the success of the Canadian beef industry relies on healthy, well-cared for cattle, and beef farmers and ranchers manage their herds proactively through better nutrition and vaccine use to prevent illness, and they're committed to retaining the effectiveness of antimicrobials through good stewardship. When proactive management is not enough, though, the strategic use of antibiotics are an essential tool to prevent and manage disease. Thank you.
Professor Ratti, and maybe from our side, from the government, maybe we'll hear from the Department of Livestock.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Santi Phang Mao. I'm a government officer and working for the DLD department. DLD. And in my point of view from the government sector, we have also the National Action Plan or Strategic Plan on Animal Antimicrobial Resistance from 2017 to 2021, and we still working on it. And this plan will focusing on the AMR surveillance and the prevention and control of the antimicrobial use in the proper way in the livestock farming. And in my point of view from the government sector, we try to reduce the use of antimicrobial in even in from the small scale farm, medium and large also, and we try, but mainly in the practical in the local area, we try to persuade farmer to switch from the conventional farming to the organic farming and focusing on the higher price of the product compared to the normal product. And the second, we focus on the prevention method by using the good agricultural practice and good biosecurity to prevention the disease. And third, we provide and support the research funding of alternative medicine like herbal medicine, and try to use it in the livestock section. And we also encourage people via the World Antibiotic Awareness Week campaign, and in like every November of every year. And like I said before that, we focusing on the AMR surveillance and try to prevention and control the uses of antimicrobial in a proper way. So that's it. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So my name is Saktit Anulom Sombat. So I'm come from private sector, Beta Grow. So in point in the perception from the private sector, I would like to separate into two viewpoints. One is the AMU and another one is the AMR. So I think AMU driver change in livestock because we need to investment in infrastructure, especially for biosecurity. And we have to understand when we say investment, that means it's including financials, either from the company itself or maybe it comes from the farmers. And the challenging is how to turn the investment cost into the benefits, because the farmers, whoever want to invest in something, they don't want to invest just to be a good person. They want to invest just because they want to have a benefit of it. So if we can't make the investment into the benefits, it's not challenge, it's not encouraging enough for people to do something better. And the concern is if they do investment, the most of the questions from the farmers will say how the return will come, and the return come from the consumer or the customers. So the concern is, do they willing to pay? They want a good quality products, they want a healthier products, but most of the times when we're talking about the willing to pay, it's a little bit in gray area. That's one concern. And another concern is investment in smart farming and platforms. I heard that innovation it will be part of the drivers in this meeting as well. However, in terms of the private sector, the challenging is available of the technologies. Is it going to be individual farms, or is going to be a complex like all the supply chain need to invest in terms of the technologies? Most of the time from the private sector experience, there is no one technologies for all. So it's a little bit that we have to implement like a multi-technologies, either the system, equipment, and we have to think about how compatible of the system itself. And of course, investment in terms of technology is very expensive and would cost like millions baht in terms of one site. So the turn investment cost into the benefit is part of the thing as well. And also AMU, we need to have a platform to collecting data. And the data we need to collect is either the usage of the medicine, production performance, machine performance, and cost. So the concern is the technology at the moment is still expensive. And if the platform is different and cannot integrate data into together, then we need to create another platform called integrations, and we relate it to the IT capability of the company. And it is very difficult because sometimes they don't have any people capability enough to do the system itself, and also after sales services. So this is very difficult. And also in terms of the attitudes of a doer and buyer. So the farmers, sometimes they don't understand why they have to do investment for the consumer. And the consumer, they want a benefit, but they don't want to pay. So understanding of a doer and a buyer, I think is very important. Yes. And Also, not only the farmers had to be animal husbandries, veterinarians, do they understand exactly why they have to do it? Yes, that is another key challenge. And that is a part for AMU, and I'm going to go quickly on AMR, because AMR, most of the, I think the private sector, they want to create their own AMR monitoring and surveillance system. So it is very difficult to set up the standards, how to monitor and surveillance. Also, it is quite expensive to invest in laboratory equipment, because we have to do like MIC techniques or whole genome sequencing. So it's quite expensive, and also part of the sample test, that how much that it costs to do the surveillance. So this is quite challenging. And also for the private sector, we don't have real expert on AMR issue. We don't know how to do, in case we do monitoring and surveillance, we got the data, how we do the risk assessment. So I think there are risk assessment model, which is a bit quite difficult for private sector to understand. And also we need a lot of data, not only how many medicine we use, but also consumptions and another data, which is what is about accessibility. It's very difficult to get accessibility on those data. Yes. So that's for a little bit challenging for the private sector in terms of environment. Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Shafiq and Dr. If, please.
Yeah, I'm called academia here. It sounds very theoretical, but I'm working as a clinician, and I'm not in the laboratory, and so I think I have some practical experience that could be interesting to share here. And firstly, I want to elaborate just 2 seconds on the issue of One Health related to AMR. What is saying that blah, 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 etc. What does it really mean? In the European Union, where we have very good records both in livestock and in humans, it's said that about 70% of the AMR cases in humans are healthcare related. So the 30% are unknown. And of course there are case reports on transmission from livestock to humans and so, but I think it's doubtful how important it is. But saying this, I think it's super important for the sector that we behave well when it comes to the use of antibiotics for our reputation. Otherwise, that can backlash, and we could be banned to use antibiotics and so on. And then, secondly, it's also an issue for the sector as such. Being a practical working veterinarians, sometimes the antibiotics doesn't work. Some of you have experienced that, I think, for sure. And so that is put it a selfish perspective on One Health. But I think it's important to keep this in mind, what we're talking about when we're talking about One Health and antibiotics, or AMR. So where do I come from? Well, after a few years as clinician, fresh veterinarians in the early 80s, the Swedish government banned the use of antibiotics and feed additives in 1986. We were the first country in the world that was doing this. An interesting thing, it was on the demand from the farmers' organizations, because they were this reputational issue. They were afraid that consumers should think it was the residue issue at that time. It was not the resistance, but that their products would not be appealing and so. So that happens in 1986, and then we joined the European Union some 10 years later, and then another 10 years in 2006, the European Union banned antibiotics as a feed additive and so. And now I think if I look here at our friends from VOA, Dr. Jean-Jacques Sola, I think the last report from VOA is saying that about 75% of your members have banned antibiotics as growth promoters. So, and then the implementation or the compliance to that is don't want to comment on that, but I mean it's there. So it's just 25% of your members that allow using antibiotics as growth promoters. So, and I think it's also important to acknowledge that the AMR issue is an integrated part of animal health, as you said, Madam Chair, in the morning. I think that is super important to remember. And I've been working with zoonotic diseases in low-income countries here in Asia and also in East Africa over the last 20, 25 years, perhaps. And I think it's conceptually it's very, very similar. In the last 10 years on AMR, and we produced, giving our experience from Sweden and working with the farmers all around the world, we have developed training materials for FAO, and also together with ILRI, we have provided training courses, etc., etc. So I think it's, and I have one more point. Maybe that could be a cliffhanger, but I can tell you what happened in 1986 when the Swedish decision about not using antibiotics as a feed additive at that time, what happened. And it's not a sunny history. Actually, it was quite hard for parts of the livestock production, for poultry, for chicken, and also for piglets, and to some extent for calves. The disease incidence went up like this. And also then the use of therapeutic use of antibiotics also increased. So it took some 3, 4, 5 years before it came back, when the farmers learned. It was a kamikaze thing from their side. They didn't know what to do, and nor the veterinarians. So it took quite a while before it cooled down and went back to normal, and then it has decreased. So I think really maybe this is blasphemic, but I think it's somewhat wishful thinking that we just can take away the antibiotics and keep the production. Relative what you say, it has to be working for the farmers, and at the same time saying this, I think it's immoral or very bad if antibiotics is used to compensate for poor animal husbandry and poor environment. That is my punchline, so to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just conscious of the time, very conscious of the time. I'm sure there are plenty of questions, but I'd just like to not also miss the opportunity if Dr. Tikiri Priyanta from World Organization for Animal Health is also online and would have Tikiri, if you can summarize in 1 minute your words, please. Sorry.
Okay, Joey, thanks. Hope you can hear me. Yeah, I will try my best. So, my reflection is more or less a general one from the Referral Organization for International Standards, WA. So, as we all know, misuse and overuse of antimicrobials can generate antimicrobial resistance. So, these drug-resistant pathogens can then spread between and within animals, humans, plants, and through the environment. So the growing threat of antimicrobial resistance is one of the best examples, we already have discussed that, of how dangerous pathogens such as drug resistance bacteria, viruses, fungi, and parasites can spread between animals, human, plants, and environment. So therefore, preserving the efficacy of these life-saving medications, as well as their availability for both human and veterinary use, is therefore essential to preserve our future. So the underlying drivers for antimicrobial use and development of AMR is the livestock and aquaculture revolutions, by which it means that the rapid growth of intensive production systems in response to increased demand for livestock and fish products. This demand in turn is driven by population increase, urbanization, improving economic conditions, and globalization in developing countries, and is predicted to continue to increase, particularly in this region. So, in this context, it would be highly important to follow the responsible and prudent use of standards, use standards and the guidelines when using antimicrobials. So, food animal producers, with the assistance and guidance of veterinarians, are responsible for implementing animal health and animal welfare programs on their farms in order to promote animal health and food safety. Hence, food animal producers should draw up a health plan with the attending veterinarians. In addition, use of veterinary medicinal products containing antimicrobial agents only on the prescription of a veterinarian or other suitably trained person authorized to prescribe uh, and containing antimicrobial products. So antimicrobials should use when it is needed, and all infections are not cured by antibiotics. So as we know, so when using antimicrobials, use only the prescribed dosage for prescribed period in recommended intervals. Essentially, observe the recommended withdrawal periods. So that is something we will not have much attention to. So always buy antimicrobials from an authorized shop, as falsified and substandard products can be available. Only use antimicrobials when associated with good hygienic practices. So we discussed about trying to compensate farm hygiene with antibiotics. So that is one point that we have to continue to keep in mind. So as a measure to prevent AMR, it is important to practice on-farm biosecurity measures and take basic hygienic precautions as appropriate. So isolate sick animals when appropriate to avoid the transfer of pathogenic events that will help to prevent antimicrobial usage. So finally, as the referral organization for international standards on animal health and welfare, WA launched its strategy in 2016, and also we expect the relevant stakeholders to follow the international standards and AMR strategy to make necessary changes in livestock production practices to avoid developing AMR. So particularly we refer to the international standards on responsible and prudent use, and also we had a lot of discussions on the cost and all these things. Then we have models on public-private partnership. I think it will be very useful to address this kind of issues. And also, we have been collecting antimicrobial usage data since 2015, and you can access all the reports to understand the patterns and trends of antimicrobial usage globally. And we also have observed from 16 to 18, 27% of reduction of antimicrobials using on animals. So thank you so very much. Over to you, Joey.
Thank you, Dr. Tikiri. I think in the interest of time, we will not be able to have more Q&A. Will that be okay? And I guess we'll utilize some of the discussions point, unless there are very much like urgent burning question from the floor. Please speak now or forever hold your breath until coffee break. Okay. So, but maybe just to recap, no, I think we have heard different perspectives. We have a perspective from an economist point of view. The future is green. There will be heavy costs. There will be hunger. There will be issues. But then also there is hope. I think this is a perspective from when we don't do anything now. Is that correct, Dr. Acosta? If we don't do anything now, this is the scenario. Is that correct?
Thank you. That's a discussion about action or inaction. So actually, it's the cost of doing something, because what we are doing here is to removing the use of growth promoters. So that will be the cost of acting. Now, many people can understand the cost of acting as implementing good practices. That is something different. But in this particular case, where we are understanding action by reducing the use of antimicrobials as growth promoters. So actually the cost of acting.
Also good news from some examples cited, or the need to be supported by legislation, the work network of groups of association driving the force, which is also seen in Sweden, plus also the actions from Thailand on investing in premium pricing, strategies to premium price, strategies to invest in good animal husbandry practices by the government. But also we were given a perspective from the private sector, the realistic perspective that the drivers for private sector are actually benefits, for them to benefit. So the question on the challenges of having the right innovations but access to them and the right human resources and all these were also highlighted. Dr. Oop also, on the other hand, put us in the perspective that, well, this is good, but then we need some reinforcing environment. We need to be reinforced. And I think this is where everybody's collective insights will be needed. Maybe just one sentence, in one sentence, what would be your recommendations to the GASL in this case, just so we move forward from where we are now and that we don't have that scenario that was predicted based on economic analysis, then what are your recommendations to GASL? Maybe just one sentence to close this session, before you close this session.
I guess I'll go first. I guess if I had one suggestion, recommendation, I would say that we need to promote practical solutions that meet the needs of farmers and also drive antibiotic stewardship. And to do that, we need to use a trusted source of information. And so veterinarians are one of the most trusted sources of information to producers. And so we can use veterinarians to encourage responsible management of antibiotics.
For me, I think for the DLD and the GASL or FAO, we can have a collaborative work, and I want to focus on the AMR knowledge transfer to the people in our country to know about the cause of these issue and the effect that they will face in the future, because I saw that the report from Thailand said that we have the patient and that have the effect from AMR about maybe 700,000, and it's cost about 40,000 million baht. So I think it is quite high, and I think we should focus on the acknowledgement of this AMR to our people first. Thank you.
Okay, so for the private sector, I think for the AMU, most of the times we just say reducing, use as possible as you can, yes. However, it would be proper if we can communicate, because it is unclear level of acceptable of the antimicrobial use, how many milligram per kilo live weight or whatever that would be safe or good enough to prevent the antimicrobial resistance. Because otherwise, reduce, I think at the end the goal is no use of antibiotics. It's the better, but it's not possible. That is for the AMU. Private sector need clear acceptable level of the antibiotic use, maybe for each species. That would be guideline for us to take a strategy to manage to that goal. Yeah, in case of, instead of just say to reduce it as possible as you can. So that is another message that I would like to share.
And I think that we should seek more for positive incentives than regulations, but regulations could be needed, and it's also an issue of compliance, and go for preventive measures, and when using antibiotics, use it in a medical rational way, and also for the whole sector, be aware, because this could be a backlash if we don't handling this in a wise way.
And I think this is where the investments will be needed and interventions from the public will be needed, to work together and also to make the right evidence-based investments and directed, customized to the needs of the people. Sorry, to Kiri, would you have one last sentence for
Yeah,
the
yeah,
recommendations?
surely.
Yes.
Thanks, Joy. What I have to say is stick to the basics of responsible and prudent use of antimicrobials. Look for public-private partnership in difficulties. So that is the final word I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And we need to continue to be learning and gathering information, building evidence to feed into the more effective and more suitable work to reduce the need for use and reduce the use for more sustainable livestock production. I think, may I now call on Dr. Scott Newman to close the session?
Okay, thank you very much, panel and presenters, and to Kiri as well. I acknowledge your presence online. I think, well, first thing in this session, we did a short introduction that really focused on trying to emphasize the systems approach that's needed for dealing with antimicrobials. Supported both by governance and good practices and evidence-based, with also M&E indicators in place so that we really have good science and information to make informed decisions. We also heard about the FAO action plan that includes 5 pillars: policy, behavior change, good practices, surveillance, and research and evidence-based awareness. And we want to make sure that our actions are beneficial to first the animals, which then leads to benefits to the farmer, benefits to public health, and benefits to ecosystems. This introduction was followed by a short quiz, and I note that our GASL community has certainly some knowledge about antimicrobials, but based on the scores that we got collectively, we also have some gaps, and I think that this is really significant. If we're working in the livestock production space, I think it behooves us to really be very well informed about antimicrobials because they are such a big element and issue related to production. Next, we heard the presentation from Alejandro. And I think, this is really an interesting area to explore. What are the impacts or implications of reducing antimicrobial use? And I think that, the bottom line is, based on the preliminary work, is that we will have a slight decrease in the volume of meat that is potentially produced based on the projections. And then, what we need to do if we remove these antibiotics is really think about what interventions can make up for the gap. And certainly there is some validity to the thinking that, if you have supply and demand, that the economic pricing may make up for some of the difference already there. But I think, as the panel also indicated, a really good opportunity is to identify ways to incentivize reduced use or no use of antimicrobials. And so I think that these things can work hand in hand. So compliments on this effort, Alejandro and the team, on trying to figure out the economic cost benefits here. The panelists had great interventions, and I'll just try to touch upon a few of them. We need better nutrition and vaccine use and good stewardship and farming practices, as this will allow us to use less antimicrobials. National action plans and good agricultural practices and possibly alternative medicines or alternative products as feed supplements can also potentially reduce antimicrobial use. There is certainly a need to increase public awareness, and this is a challenge in some ways, but we also do have World Antimicrobial Awareness Week, and so this serves as an annual opportunity to increase awareness. There is also a bit of a discussion about whether or not we should be differentiating between antimicrobial use and resistance, and in the context of use, investing in infrastructure from the private sector standpoint, while it's potentially viable, it needs to ensure that there are benefits ultimately. And if there are increased costs to the product, are customers willing to pay for it? And so I think that this business approach and thinking through the value of investments to address these issues, particularly infrastructure for labs, surveillance, diagnostics, good data, smart farms across all value chain elements and nodes, not just at the farm, but all the way through to the consumer. I think these are all elements that we need to think about, given that there doesn't seem to be one system or one modality of technology that can cover us all across from farm to fork. The other point I wanted to mention is that when it comes to looking at antimicrobial resistance, we heard a couple different comments. Perhaps one is that more monitoring and surveillance is needed, but it is also expensive and requires good infrastructure, lab investment, and so forth. And that ultimately, some of the challenges that we face is that a lot of the human cases that may be arising do not necessarily come in large numbers from livestock. And so I think that, there's more data and science that's being accumulated on this issue, but this is something that, despite that number or what we think right now, it behooves us, and we have a responsibility as a livestock sector to do the right thing and to be responsible, regardless of whether or not those linkages are there, because we do acknowledge that as a livestock sector and production sector, we are contributing antimicrobials into the system, just as the public health is doing so on their side. And then I think it was also emphasized that we should be continuing to use antibiotics in a targeted way with specific purposes and in line with appropriate treatment protocols, and that we need to also take into consideration issues of animal welfare as well. So finally, the last few comments, the last word from the different panelists include promoting practical solutions that serve the needs of farmers and drive responsible use is important. Information and decisions should be based on science and data. Collaboration should be focused on knowledge transfer to the public as well as to farmers, and that we also need to help people understand the potential risk of what we refer often to as the silent pandemic, because there's a lack of awareness. Antimicrobial use could be fine-tuned, and particularly the question of going from use as a growth promoter all the way to no use at all. There's probably some room for evaluating what is the lowest acceptable use that doesn't promote resistance. And do we have good enough science to get there, or could we use the science and data we have to get there to understand that better? Positive incentives, again, important for us to promote that rather than using, regulations. So it's a question of the carrot or the stick to facilitate decreased antimicrobial use in production. And then finally, looking for public-private partnerships. So I think those are kind of the big overarching points that I gathered. Thank you. Joy, over to you.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you to our panel members. Thank you also for the speaker for the very comprehensive presentation. Thank you, and have a good day, everyone.
All right. Before we going to have a break, I have a quick short announcement for same as the African group just did, but now it's your turn. The Latino American colleagues taking a group shot, a photo group shot over there, outside the room at the backdrop, please. And then we're gonna come back here, I think about 3:45 p.m. Please. Thank you so much.
Better nutrition lies at the heart of Sustainable Development Goal 2, which aims to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition while promoting sustainable agriculture. However, progress to address all forms of malnutrition has been slow, further hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme climate events, and conflict. About 735 million people faced hunger in 2022, mostly in low and middle income countries. Globally, almost 2 billion women and children alone are affected by one or more forms of micronutrient deficiency. Animal source foods play a vital role to meet essential nutrient requirements during key life stages such as pregnancy and lactation, childhood, adolescence, and older age. Healthy diets may include eggs, milk, and dairy products, and moderate amounts of unprocessed meat, in particular low quantities of red meat. Animal source foods provide high-quality proteins, essential fatty acids, vitamins such as B12, and minerals such as iron, zinc, and calcium, which are critical for improved nutrition and health outcomes across all life stages. However, consumption is not equitably distributed across regions, population groups, or income levels. Certain population groups consume little animal source foods, making it difficult to meet the needs for particular nutrients in critical life stages, while others consume too much of some animal source foods with higher risk of adverse health outcomes. Globally, the demand for milk, meat, and eggs is projected to continue rising, driven by population growth, urbanization, and rising incomes in developing countries. Animal source foods are derived from a wide range of livestock species and production systems, each with its own set of environmental, social, and economic benefits and impacts. And these factors must be considered when developing food and nutrition and agricultural policies in order to optimize outcomes and address potential trade-offs. Better nutrition lies at the heart of Sustainable Development Goal 2, which aims to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition while promoting sustainable agriculture. However, progress to address all forms of malnutrition has been slow, further hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme climate events, and conflict. About 735 million people faced hunger in 2022, mostly in low and middle income countries. Globally, almost 2 billion women and children alone are affected by one or more forms of micronutrient deficiency. Animal source foods play a vital role to meet essential nutrient requirements during key life stages such as pregnancy and lactation, childhood, adolescence, and older age. Healthy diets may include eggs, milk, and dairy products, and moderate amounts of unprocessed meat, in particular low quantities of red meat. Animal source foods provide high-quality proteins, essential fatty acids, vitamins such as B12, and minerals such as iron, zinc, and calcium, which are critical for improved nutrition and health outcomes across all life stages. However, consumption is not equitably distributed across regions, population groups, or income levels. Certain population groups consume little animal source foods, making it difficult to meet the needs for particular nutrients in critical life stages, while others consume too much of some animal source foods with higher risk of adverse health outcomes. Globally, the demand for milk, meat, and eggs is projected to continue rising, driven by population growth, urbanization, and rising incomes in developing countries. Animal source foods are derived from a wide range of livestock species and production systems, each with its own set of environmental, social, and economic benefits and impacts. And these factors must be considered when developing food and nutrition and agricultural policies in order to optimize outcomes and address potential trade-offs. Better nutrition lies at the heart of Sustainable Development Goal 2, which aims to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition while promoting sustainable agriculture. However, progress to address all forms of malnutrition has been slow, further hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme climate events, and conflict. About 735 million people faced hunger in 2022, mostly in low and middle income countries. Globally, almost 2 billion women and children alone are affected by one or more forms of micronutrient deficiency. Animal source foods play a vital role to meet essential nutrient requirements during key life stages such as pregnancy and lactation, childhood, adolescence, and older age. Healthy diets may include eggs, milk, and dairy products, and moderate amounts of unprocessed meat, in particular low quantities of red meat. Animal source foods provide high-quality proteins, essential fatty acids, vitamins such as B12, and minerals such as iron, zinc, and calcium, which are critical for improved nutrition and health outcomes across all life stages. However, consumption is not equitably distributed across regions, population groups, or income levels. Certain population groups consume little animal source foods, making it difficult to meet the needs for particular nutrients in critical life stages, while others consume too much of some animal source foods with higher risk of adverse health outcomes. Globally, the demand for milk, meat, and eggs is projected to continue rising, driven by population growth, urbanization, and rising incomes in developing countries. Animal source foods are derived from a wide range of livestock species and production systems, each with its own set of environmental, social and economic benefits and impacts. And these factors must be considered when developing food and nutrition and agricultural policies in order to optimize outcomes and address potential trade-offs. Better nutrition lies at the heart of Sustainable Development Goal 2, which aims to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition while promoting sustainable agriculture. However, progress to address all forms of malnutrition has been slow, further hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme climate events, and conflict. About 735 million people faced hunger in 2022, mostly in low and middle income countries. Globally, almost 2 billion women and children alone are affected by one or more forms of micronutrient deficiency. Animal source foods play a vital role to meet essential nutrient requirements during key life stages such as pregnancy and lactation, childhood, adolescence and older age. Healthy diets may include eggs, milk and dairy products, and moderate amounts of unprocessed meat, in particular low quantities of red meat. Animal source foods provide high-quality proteins, essential fatty acids, vitamins such as B12, and minerals such as iron, zinc and calcium, which are critical for improved nutrition and health outcomes across all life stages. However, consumption is not equitably distributed across regions, population groups, or income levels. Certain population groups consume little animal source foods, making it difficult to meet the needs for particular nutrients in critical life stages, while others consume too much of some animal source foods with higher risk of adverse health outcomes. Globally, the demand for milk, meat and eggs is projected to continue rising, driven by population growth, urbanization and rising incomes in developing countries. Animal source foods are derived from a wide range of livestock species and production systems, each with its own set of environmental, social and economic benefits and impacts. And these factors must be considered when developing food and nutrition and agricultural policies in order to optimize outcomes and address potential trade-offs. Better nutrition lies at the heart of Sustainable Development Goal 2, which aims to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition while promoting sustainable agriculture. However, progress to address all forms of malnutrition has been slow, further hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme climate events, and conflict. About 735 million people faced hunger in 2022, mostly in low and middle income countries. Globally, almost 2 billion women and children alone are affected by one or more forms of micronutrient deficiency. Animal source foods play a vital role to meet essential nutrient requirements during key life stages such as pregnancy and lactation, childhood, adolescence and older age. Healthy diets may include eggs, milk and dairy products, and moderate amounts of unprocessed meat, in particular low quantities of red meat. Animal source foods provide high-quality proteins, essential fatty acids, vitamins such as B12, and minerals such as iron, zinc, and calcium, which are critical for improved nutrition and health outcomes across all life stages. However, consumption is not equitably distributed across regions, population groups, or income levels. Certain population groups consume little animal source foods, making it difficult to meet the needs for particular nutrients in critical life stages, while others consume too much of some animal source foods with higher risk of adverse health outcomes. Globally, the demand for milk, meat and eggs is projected to continue rising, driven by population growth, urbanization and rising incomes in developing countries. Animal source foods are derived from a wide range of livestock species and production systems, each with its own set of environmental, social and economic benefits and impacts. And these factors must be considered when developing food and nutrition and agricultural policies in order to optimize outcomes and address potential trade-offs. Better nutrition lies at the heart of Sustainable Development Goal 2, which aims to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition while promoting sustainable agriculture. However, progress to address all forms of malnutrition has been slow, further hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme climate events, and conflict. About 735 million people faced hunger in 2022, mostly in low and middle income countries. Globally, almost 2 billion women and children alone are affected by one or more forms of micronutrient deficiency. Animal source foods play a vital role to meet essential nutrient requirements during key life stages such as pregnancy and lactation, childhood, adolescence and older age. Healthy diets may include eggs, milk and dairy products, and moderate amounts of unprocessed meat, in particular low quantities of red meat. Animal source foods provide high quality proteins, essential fatty acids, vitamins such as B12 and minerals such as iron, zinc and calcium, which are critical for improved nutrition and health outcomes across all life stages. However, consumption is not equitably distributed across regions, population groups or income levels. Certain population groups consume little animal source foods, making it difficult to meet the needs for particular nutrients in critical life stages, while others consume too much of some animal source foods with higher risk of adverse health outcomes. Globally, the demand for milk, meat and eggs is projected to continue rising, driven by population growth, urbanization and rising incomes in developing countries. Animal source foods are derived from a wide range of livestock species and production systems, each with its own set of environmental, social and economic benefits and impacts. And these factors must be considered when developing food and nutrition and agricultural policies in order to optimize outcomes and address potential trade-offs. Better nutrition lies at the heart of Sustainable Development Goal 2, which aims to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition while promoting sustainable agriculture. However, progress to address all forms of malnutrition has been slow, further hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme climate events, and conflict. About 735 million people faced hunger in 2022, mostly in low and middle income countries. Globally, almost 2 billion women and children alone are affected by one or more forms of micronutrient deficiency. Animal source foods play a vital role to meet essential nutrient requirements during key life stages such as pregnancy and lactation, childhood, adolescence, and older age. Healthy diets may include eggs, milk, and dairy products, and moderate amounts of unprocessed meat, in particular low quantities of red meat. Animal source foods provide high-quality proteins, essential fatty acids, vitamins such as B12, and minerals such as iron, zinc, and calcium, which are critical for improved nutrition and health outcomes across all life stages. However, consumption is not equitably distributed across regions, population groups, or income levels. Certain population groups consume little animal source foods, making it difficult to meet the needs for particular nutrients in critical life stages, while others consume too much of some animal source foods with higher risk of adverse health outcomes. Globally, the demand for milk, meat, and eggs is projected to continue rising, driven by population growth, urbanization, and rising incomes in developing countries. Animal source foods are derived from a wide range of livestock species and production systems, each with its own set of environmental, social, and economic benefits and impacts. And these factors must be considered when developing food and nutrition and agricultural policies in order to optimize outcomes and address potential trade-offs. Better nutrition lies at the heart of Sustainable Development Goal 2, which aims to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition while promoting sustainable agriculture. However, progress to address all forms of malnutrition has been slow, further hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme climate events, and conflict. About 735 million people faced hunger in 2022, mostly in low and middle income countries. Globally, almost 2 billion women and children alone are affected by one or more forms of micronutrient deficiency. Animal source foods play a vital role to meet essential nutrient requirements during key life stages such as pregnancy and lactation, childhood, adolescence, and older age. Healthy diets may include eggs, milk, and dairy products, and moderate amounts of unprocessed meat, in particular low quantities of red meat. Animal source foods provide high-quality proteins, essential fatty acids, vitamins such as B12, and minerals such as iron, zinc, and calcium, which are critical for improved nutrition and health outcomes across all life stages. However, consumption is not equitably distributed across regions, population groups, or income levels. Certain population groups consume little animal source foods, making it difficult to meet the needs for particular nutrients in critical life stages, while others consume too much of some animal source foods with higher risk of adverse health outcomes. Globally, the demand for milk, meat, and eggs is projected to continue rising, driven by population growth, urbanization, and rising incomes in developing countries. Animal source foods are derived from a wide range of livestock species and production systems, each with its own set of environmental, social, and economic benefits and impacts. And these factors must be considered when developing food and nutrition and agricultural policies in order to optimize outcomes and address potential trade-offs. Better nutrition lies at the heart of Sustainable Development Goal 2, which aims to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition while promoting sustainable agriculture. However, progress to address all forms of malnutrition has been slow, further hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme climate events, and conflict. About 735 million people faced hunger in 2022, mostly in low and middle income countries. Globally, almost 2 billion women and children alone are affected by one or more forms of micronutrient deficiency. Animal source foods play a vital role to meet essential nutrient requirements during key life stages such as pregnancy and lactation, childhood, adolescence, and older age. Healthy diets may include eggs, milk, and dairy products, and moderate amounts of unprocessed meat, in particular low quantities of red meat. Animal source foods provide high-quality proteins, essential fatty acids, vitamins such as B12, and minerals such as iron, zinc, and calcium, which are critical for improved nutrition and health outcomes across all life stages. However, consumption is not equitably distributed across regions, population groups, or income levels. Certain population groups consume little animal source foods, making it difficult to meet the needs for particular nutrients in critical life stages, while others consume too much of some animal source foods with higher risk of adverse health outcomes. Globally, the demand for milk, meat, and eggs is projected to continue rising, driven by population growth, urbanization, and rising incomes in developing countries. Animal source foods are derived from a wide range of livestock species and production systems, each with its own set of environmental, social, and economic benefits and impacts. And these factors must be considered when developing food and nutrition and agricultural policies in order to optimize outcomes and address potential trade-offs. Better nutrition lies at the heart of Sustainable Development Goal 2, which aims to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition while promoting sustainable agriculture. However, progress to address all forms of malnutrition has been slow, further hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme climate events, and conflict. About 735 million people faced hunger in 2022, mostly in low and middle income countries. Globally, almost 2 billion women and children alone are affected by one or more forms of micronutrient deficiency. Animal source foods play a vital role to meet essential nutrient requirements during key life stages such as pregnancy and lactation, childhood, adolescence, and older age. Healthy diets may include eggs, milk, and dairy products, and moderate amounts of unprocessed meat, in particular low quantities of red meat. Animal source foods provide high-quality proteins, essential fatty acids, vitamins such as B12, and minerals such as iron, zinc, and calcium, which are critical for improved nutrition and health outcomes across all life stages. However, consumption is not equitably distributed across regions, population groups, or income levels. Certain population groups consume little animal source foods, making it difficult to meet the needs for particular nutrients in critical life stages, while others consume too much of some animal source foods with higher risk of adverse health outcomes. Globally, the demand for milk, meat, and eggs is projected to continue rising, driven by population growth, urbanization, and rising incomes in developing countries. Animal source foods are derived from a wide range of livestock species and production systems, each with its own set of environmental, social and economic benefits and impacts. And these factors must be considered when developing food and nutrition and agricultural policies in order to optimize outcomes and address potential trade-offs. Better nutrition lies at the heart of Sustainable Development Goal 2, which aims to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition while promoting sustainable agriculture. However, progress to address all forms of malnutrition has been slow, further hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme climate events, and conflict. About 735 million people faced hunger in 2022, mostly in low and middle income countries. Globally, almost 2 billion women and children alone are affected by one or more forms of micronutrient deficiency. Animal source foods play a vital role to meet essential nutrient requirements during key life stages such as pregnancy and lactation, childhood, adolescence and older age. Healthy diets may include eggs, milk and dairy products, and moderate amounts of unprocessed meat, in particular low quantities of red meat. Animal source foods provide high-quality proteins, essential fatty acids, vitamins such as B12, and minerals such as iron, zinc and calcium, which are critical for improved nutrition and health outcomes across all life stages. However, consumption is not equitably distributed across regions, population groups, or income levels. Certain population groups consume little animal source foods, making it difficult to meet the needs for particular nutrients in critical life stages, while others consume too much of some animal source foods with higher risk of adverse health outcomes. Globally, the demand for milk, meat and eggs is projected to continue rising, driven by population growth, urbanization and rising incomes in developing countries. Animal source foods are derived from a wide range of livestock species and production systems, each with its own set of environmental, social and economic benefits and impacts. And these factors must be considered when developing food and nutrition and agricultural policies in order to optimize outcomes and address potential trade-offs. Better nutrition lies at the heart of Sustainable Development Goal 2, which aims to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition while promoting sustainable agriculture. However, progress to address all forms of malnutrition has been slow, further hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme climate events, and conflict. About 735 million people faced hunger in 2022, mostly in low and middle income countries. Globally, almost 2 billion women and children alone are affected by one or more forms of micronutrient deficiency. Animal source foods play a vital role to meet essential nutrient requirements during key life stages such as pregnancy and lactation, childhood, adolescence and older age. Healthy diets may include eggs, milk and dairy products, and moderate amounts of unprocessed meat.
Good afternoon. Is everybody in here? Can we start? Thank you. We're going to start the next session, and I'd like to invite the moderator, Scott Newman. Scott, today here.
Can we get started? Can everyone please take their seats? Thank you. I really have to apologize because you're stuck with me again. And it's probably the longest day for anyone at a meeting to be stuck with me for multiple sessions. So my apologies. But the good news is there's a co-host to this event. And I'm going to ask Nitya to introduce herself because you've already heard about me.
Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Nitya Ghotke, and I work with an organization called Antra in India, but I'm also on the guiding group of GASL representing the NGO cluster. And I'm really happy to be here sharing the stage with Scott and providing animal noises at 5 minutes to warn you that your time is up. So that's what I'm going to be doing and also wrapping up the session today. Thank you.
Okay, the GASL management has asked us if we can compress our session into an hour. So that is our goal, which is going to be a challenge, but I think we're up for it. This session is really focused on policy issues. And if we can go to the next slide, policy issues. So what we want to hear from all of you, everyone here who cares about anything related to policy, please go to this link, scan the barcode, and enter as many policy issues that you want GASL to think about, consider, or potentially address and work with. So up front, we're going to have some very good panelists speak to some of these issues, but we also want to know what you as the GASL family thinks. And this is your opportunity to enter this data. Has everyone had a chance to scan the code? Okay. Let's move on to the next slide. I think we've heard this from everybody, and this is really just 2 or 3 slides to introduce and set the scene. The Mentimeter, one more time, please. Sorry. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next slide. Okay. We know that in traditional increased production, we've had to really to create and manage the increased food demand. Habitat has been lost, biodiversity and ecosystem services have been lost, runoff has increased, pathogens have been spread, encroachment on natural systems is a challenge, disease emergence and spread, antimicrobial resistance, and greenhouse gas emissions, all elements that we're dealing with, as well as use of fresh water. Next, what we want to do is transform and change the systems to be more sustainable, and this could include things like land use planning, climate smart, or agroecological or nature-based approaches, maintaining biodiversity and ecosystem services, safe farming practices, reducing AMR, and ultimately biosecure, efficient, safe food production. So we're going from one place to the next. And I think that's largely a theme surrounding all the drivers that we've spoken about and how to address the drivers and come up with solutions. Next slide. So what policies are needed? This is where all of you come in, and this is where our panelists come in. This is kind of the global challenge that we face. These are the issues that are big and on the table, and this is what we want to change going forward. Next slide. Okay, last thing I'll mention before handing over. In July 2022, the UN welcomed the recognition by the General Assembly that a clean, healthy, sustainable environment is a human right. And this human right is something that particularly we are trying to leave to our youth. And I certainly think that all of you can understand and would identify and agree with the fact that as a livestock sector and a family that is helping ensure food security, we don't want to have a negative impact on human rights as well. And so I just bring this to our attention because this is something that more and more is being brought up as an issue for us to think about and consider, just as the climate mitigation issues are coming forward. So anyway, I think that part of our transformation approach could also be angled at ensuring that we're providing a healthy environment as a human right issue. Next. Okay, so without further ado, don't forget, your timekeeper has animal sounds if you go over time. And we also need to let the panelists know, it doesn't apply to you, Sridhar, the panelists, that originally you were allocated 8 minutes. We're now being asked to give your intervention in 5 minutes. Okay, so panelists, you have a few minutes to prepare. I'm sorry for telling you last minute, but we just found out during the coffee break. To open up, we have this presentation right now that will be given by Sridhar Dampuri, who is the Senior Food Safety and Nutrition Officer at FAO's Regional Office for Asia Pacific. And Sridhar will introduce all of this and give you a much bigger, broader overview. Sridhar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Scott, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for inviting me to speak here. So in solidarity with all the panelists, I will also try my best to reduce the global time deficit in this session and try and reduce it to less than 10 minutes that I had originally planned. One of the things that Scott said is that the proceedings are moving in a particular direction now, that we are looking at larger food transformation issues. So it might always be useful to look at a map as to where we are placed and where we are actually going. And just to say initially, look, I am not from the livestock sector, so please do forgive me if I make any 101 mistakes during my presentation. Next slide, please. So essentially the frame that has been set is by the 2021 UN Food Systems Summit. Now this summit was actually called in 2019 by the UN Secretary General on behalf, with the persuasion of the 3 Rome-based agencies, FAO, IFAD, and WFP. As it turned out, 2020, we had the pandemic, and then we've had this succession of convergent crises. So we have the continuing climate crisis, we then had conflicts developing, we have in Europe, and now we have the Middle East as well. And then we have always had the problem of transboundary pests and diseases and many other issues which affect food and agriculture. So what the summit did, and in a rather fortuitous way, was to bring back food into the center of the global development agenda. So it's no more a world where you are only talking of GDP % growth. We're actually talking of food security most of the time now. So this was the role played by the summit. And next slide. What the summit is actually trying to get to grips with is the food systems concept. So I don't want to complicate things too much here, but this is probably one of the simpler diagrams that we've got, and this is from FAO. Essentially what it shows are what is in the food system, what are the elements, and it involves everybody. There was a lot of talk this morning about the interconnectedness of things, and this is what a food system is. So the key things within it are the interrelatedness between people, organizations, with nature, with the soil, with water, natural resources, with climate, with air, and just about all that is there on planet Earth. On the other side, you actually have a lot of issues related to what a food system actually achieves. What we would like it is to achieve economic, social, and all other benefits that humankind would like. So this is going beyond food security and nutrition. It's also about well-being, social impact, sustainable livelihoods, decent incomes, equality, inclusion, as well as many other factors. However, we know that this is not what our food system looks like right now. And essentially, when we talk of a lot of trade-offs, and this is what we all heard in the morning, as how do things shift? If you want to invest more on smallholders, what happens to the overall, what's the impact on the ecosystem? What's the impact on food loss and waste? If we commercialize, if we consolidate all of farming and go into what is called as all the big farms and all the use of real-time big data, what do we lose? What do we gain? So there are trade-offs, and that is what is discussed. I mean, I'll just discuss briefly in the next few slides. So food systems are complicated, and you can have any number of complicated pictures, which is on the next slide. And this is from a scientist who actually specializes in this kind. We can actually see that it's so you can actually go as deep as you want, and it's more than an onion. You can keep peeling and you'll find more and more layers. And sure, livestock is in there, and it's there in several places. So it's only that you really need to look through. So this is what I'm saying. When we are talking of system transformation, we need to see where we fit in, both as a sector, but in the whole picture as well. And that's what we also heard a lot in the morning, but I hope we are able to bring it together in this session. Next slide, please. So the UN Food Systems Summit finally agreed on 5 action streams, and these are self-explanatory. I don't really need to read this. It's very obvious what it means to nourish all people, use nature-based solutions, advance equitable livelihoods, build resilience, and accelerate the means of implementation. Means of implementation is where we all come in, because we work for UN, for development partners, for NGOs, for civil society, private sector. So we are the ones who need to get the job done, because nobody else is going to do. And next slide. So this was succeeded by 2 years of real crisis, as you all know, so I don't need to go through that. So there was the stock-taking moment just about a few months ago in July in Rome, and where some of these actions were detailed a little more. Again, I don't need to read everything here. This is, again, self-explanatory, but this is just to say this was just a fillip to the food system movement all over the world, because over the last 3 years, we've been having a number of dialogues at national level where all of you have been participating, and it's been open for wide participation by anybody, so the general public at large. And you can see all those proceedings recorded on the UN Food Systems Hub website. But what it means is that working on food systems, reshaping, reimagining them, and making sure that they deliver what we want is the call for action right now, and this needs to happen now. And that's what we're discussing here today. So next slide, an ideal food system for us. Well, before that, this is just an overview of the situation in the region for food security and nutrition. This comes from our flagship report, which will come out in a couple of weeks' time online. And this is just to say that more than half of the malnourished in the world are in the Asia-Pacific region, 371 out of 756 million people. 1 billion people here are moderately or severely food insecure, and a lot of it is because of the effects of the pandemic, the crisis of the last couple of years. The region is obviously not on track to achieve any of the SDGs, let alone the SDG 2. According to ESCAP, we will achieve the SDGs by 2065. But that might be a time that some of us might not even be around. And last but not least, almost 2 billion people cannot afford a healthy diet. And the healthy diet in this region costs $4.15 at least per person per day, which you can imagine is probably for many of us is also quite unaffordable. So that's the kind of scenario we have in a region which otherwise, before the pandemic, was the fastest growing region in the world. GDP growth 6, 7, 8, 9%. Most of the people, millions of people pulled out of poverty. So all the growth engines in the world, whether in technology, on commerce, in trade, are all here. And also the largest producers of cereals, of milk, of fruits, vegetables, poultry, fish, pork are all here. And yet, these are the figures that we have. Next slide, please. So given this picture, what's a desirable food system? What's it that we are looking for? We want one that provides safe and nutritious food for all, where all the functions within a food system, so production, processing, distribution, consumption, are sustainable, so we don't contribute more to greenhouse gas emissions along the food chain. And where all the actors, whether it's producers, whether it's value chain actors, all those in the system derive sustainable livelihoods and decent incomes. And it's resilient and shock resistant. And what we mean by that, over the last few years, every time there has been a crisis, governments have responded. There have been trade bans, there have been movement bans, there have been all kinds of restrictions placed on trade, on movement of people, on food in general, what you can eat, what you can't eat. Do we want to respond like that? Or do we want, and we also have had the fact that a lot of people have unfortunately fallen into poverty and hunger numbers have gone up. Do we want to respond all the time with short-termism, or do we want a longer-term plan? So that's what food system transformation is all about. Next slide, please. So when you look at livestock sector in general, and here's where my problems begin, because this is where I know very little about this. But if you look at the per capita supply of terrestrial animal source food, generally in Asia it has been an increasing trend. And this is not surprising, because as countries get richer, and particularly here where more and more countries are exiting LDC status and entering low middle income or middle income status, that is increasing. So that's fair enough, that is. It's still less than a lot of other regions. So while the world average is about 21%, Asia is about 19%, and of course the highly developed countries such as the Americas, Europe, 35, 36%. Africa is still lower than Asia. But clearly the trend is there that consumption of animal source protein is increasing all the time. Next slide, please. But then we do have this question of greenhouse gas emissions. Now this is a debate which is always open, and here again I'm not the expert on this, and I rely and I look to learn from all of you here and be more informed about this aspect here. So there are various studies which show how the demand side mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions of various diets. And obviously a diet which is rich in meat or in animal products is regarded as a diet which is more polluting. So what are the kinds of solutions that we can look to address this issue, keeping in view of the fact the nutritional value of all the food that the livestock sector actually produces and is important for this region. Next slide, please. And here's where also some of the work of the UN Food Systems Summit comes in. So the scientific committee, and it's still operational, it's now permanent actually, has done a number of analysis, and this is just a small snapshot, and this is even a preliminary snapshot. There are even more advanced studies on this, which actually look at the impact of the various actions that are taken under food system transformation. What's the kind of impact it might have? For instance, adopting healthy diets actually has a negative impact on food access, on prices, which is a good thing, but that in turn might have an impact on smallholders because they are dependent on selling their produce very quickly and locally. Likewise, reducing food losses has a broad impact all through in terms of almost all the targets that are being studied here. But then when you're looking at improving agriculture practices, you again might have an increase less food access because it might lead to to a rise in prices and the lessening of supply because you're actually increasing the number, you have better sets of practices or standards that you're implementing. So these are things, trade-offs that need to be constantly analyzed when we get into food system transformation issues. And this is just to give you a flavor of what's the kind of work that's going on in this area. Next slide, please. So when you actually come to look at policy discussions, what are some of the things that we need to consider when you're looking at the livestock sector? And in fact, other sectors too, this may well be valid for some of the, like the fishery sector, or we talk of crops and so on. But I'll just try and be more focused in this part. So one is on the healthy diets and the food environment. So with meat eating, do we want to look at ensuring increased consumption by nutritionally vulnerable populations and reduce consumption by those who actually are high risk because of increased consumption or a high consumption of red and processed meat? So what's the balance that we need to strike? Moderation and consumption at a level which is appropriate to meet nutritional needs. Depends on the country, depends on the region. So this is never, food systems plans are never a one size fits all. Everybody needs to have their own way around it. There are very few examples where legislation or policy has actually induced shifts. There are some for fruits and vegetables. Those of us who are in Asia will know legislation does not work very well, because we have lots of rules on many things, especially, for example, my area, food safety, lots of regulations, but actually implementation is pretty poor. It's more in terms of behavior change that when things actually work. In terms of climate change, the impact of greenhouse gas emissions, what are the policy options, or what policy options can be incentivized in incorporating best animal husbandry practices, carbon sequestration, about methane emission, cutting down methane emission from animals, improving land use practices, improving and using good manuring practices, for instance, monitoring inputs, chemical or otherwise. So again, what kind of policies can support these, provided you agree with them? As I said, these are some issues from the literature that we have put together. It's not necessary that you need to agree, or please feel free to disagree. Next slide, please. And likewise, when you look at livelihoods and decent incomes, there are good and bad examples for small and large. For instance, in dairy, pig, and poultry, smallholders can be competitive in specific contexts. They don't necessarily get outcompeted by the big landholders. So what do we encourage and where? The trade-offs we already talked about. For any change we make, any tweak we do in the food system, there will be impacts, particularly in livelihoods and employment. And let's not forget that in this part of the world, still more than 2 billion people derive their livelihoods from agriculture, although the share of agriculture in individual countries' GDP is less than 20% almost in all the countries here. So increasingly, those people are living off a decreasing share of the national income. So an issue to be addressed both on-farm livelihood as well as off-farm opportunities. There was discussion, as we heard in the morning, on the bioeconomy or the circular economy, where the waste of one sector ends up as the feed of another one. So new biomass value chains, whether new or old, new sources of feed such as maize, remember, are not considered very sustainable. And then finally, the economic incentives. What kind of policies can government actually enact to push both the private sector and all those who are involved in the business of raising livestock and retailing them to actually price it to the true cost? So this will be coming out in the State of Food and Agriculture, which will be released very shortly. I think that is the last slide, so I don't think the chicken needs to scream much more. Next slide, please. Right, and this is just a website for the food system solutions. You can look at it at your time. So thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Madam Timekeeper and the barnyard animals. I'd like to invite our panel to come up. First panel, we have Dr. Marcelo Gonzalez, Vice Minister of Livestock, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, Paraguay. Please come on up. Dr. Sindhura Ganapathy, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. Please come up. And Dr. Huyam Salih, Director for AU-IBAR. Please come up. Again, just while the panelists are coming up to the stage, I also want to remind you, if you have any suggestions on policy issues that you think GASL should be considering or thinking about or looking at, please do enter them at the Mentimeter or barcode location. We really are looking to collect as much information as we can from all of you and your inputs. So what we've asked these panelists to do is we've asked them to prepare a short intervention, and I think they all have heard that now there is, instead of an 8-minute window, you're down to a 5-minute window. So you need to prioritize what you say, but I think we have a great panel and they're quite capable of this. We've asked them to consider, from their perspective, what policies we should be thinking about moving forward with. What policies are needed to transform livestock production to be more sustainable, climate smart, and produce safe and healthy food. We've also asked them to touch upon, if they have some examples, either technologies innovations or initiatives that could be scaled up. So one is at a policy level, and the second point was asked to be at a more practical application level. So without further ado, can I ask, does anyone want to go first? Ladies before gentlemen? Okay. Why don't we start with Huyam, please?
Okay, thank you, Scott. So, trying to be brief, I'll touch on much, let us say, potential policies for the Africa. And for livestock in Africa, I want to mention the policies for the public-private partnership for livestock investments in the continent. I think it's one of the things that we need to think in depth about. In the LIDESA, the Livestock Development Strategy for Africa, the first strategic objective was increasing the PPP's investments in livestock. So for that, when we look at the countries level, we'll find that majority of African countries, they have the legal framework for those partnerships. But do they have all the capacities to perform the PPPs at the country level? This will be the question. I have done a very quick exercise to see that at the global level, the organizations were helping. Like for FAO, they had supported African Union for the CADAP to identify some, let us say, commodities for PPP investments, but they are all in crop production. I couldn't find anyone for livestock. For IFAD, they have different projects working in the continent with the PPP model. WUHA, they have the handbook for PPPs for veterinary services. And there's many studies and researches and also some initiative with the World Bank. So the issue will be for the legal framework, everything in place, but when we think about the contractual process itself, the promotion unit within the livestock sector, within the ministries, is it there at the country level? Do we identify the commodities for these investments and what we want those PPPs to do for us? The bankable arrangement, I think this is what my colleague Sarah has been said this morning. Other sectors also contributed to what livestock is reducing. So putting all these things in place should be our question. So that doesn't mean there is no good initiatives. I brought some examples to be replicated. We have some PPPs on quarantine level in East Africa, mainly for Djibouti and Somalia, and it has been also replicated by Ethiopia. So we need this to be taken into consideration by other countries to replicate it. There is also other PPPs in about 6 African countries on aquaculture, but we need more. I will touch on other policy issues. I think I still have 5 minutes. No, I finished. So only one, only one policy issue is the rural road networks. We cannot expect production to be performed, services to be provided, and also market to be accessed without rural road network. In a quick survey also for the rural road in Africa, for 100 square kilometers, the coverage is only 5 kilometers. Comparing to Latin America, it's 18 kilometers. To Asia, it's 12 kilometers. So there is closed area in Africa, and in the country where I'm coming from, there is areas where are to be closed during the rainy season for 3 months to 6 months. And those are the potential areas for livestock production. So without this infrastructure, the livestock sector in Africa, we are doing more, we are doing a lot, yet there's a lot to be done. But let us think about those policy issues affecting our production and our transformation for the livestock. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And the fact that we didn't hear the farm animals is a positive sign, so thanks. Marcelo, please.
Hello. Thank you, Scott. I want to bring two examples that we have in Paraguay about policies, but those policies have their special law in dairy sector and also in a beef sector. In a beef sector, the law is like driver all the funds from every payment that the producer do to transfer their own cow to the factory. It's going a little amount to the government. With that fund, the government will it is building laboratories and also some other programs to avoid some outbreaks in the country. In the dairy sector, the law it's taking care about three major points. One of them is the increase the milk consumption in Paraguay. Also, the service or the knowledge that the government brings to the producer in order to be more competitive in their production system. Also, some other part of the fund is going to the program against brucellosis. So both programs have for sure their funds in order to functioning. Like for example, we are a big exporter in beef sector, but in milk sector from 9 years ago, we turning from being considering as a imported powder milk in Paraguay. Now we are a exporter milk powder to some countries in Central America, in Africa, and that means that these kind of policies where the private sector is together with the public sector, it's kind of the good way to do a public or a good policy. That's pretty much what we want to share the first time today.
Thank you. Again, no farm animals, so I think we're doing very well. And I'm going to challenge the rest of our panelists, the remaining one, to keep with that spirit.
No, actually, can I have the camel sound, please?
Do we have a camel?
Because
he wants to start with.
I've been learning about camels by speaking to colleagues who know a lot about. That doesn't count for the time, though. I find them very fascinating, and ashamed to say I don't know how the camel sound. You don't? Okay, whoever has camel sound, please pass it on to Nitya, please. And I will just share 2 or 3 things. The first is, I've never really understood what policy means. And I've heard it in context of, from all the way from constitution to legislation to amendments to changes in funding priorities to even sometimes implementation. So it's a pretty broad word, and I think you picked the wrong person to be on the stage. With that caveat, I am from a smallholder farm. I grew up there. 1 buffalo, quarter-acre land. So when I hear statements such as, how do we make smallholders and pastoralists sustainable? It makes me think of statements like, how do we make sun bright? Sun is already bright. You're just looking during the dark. Just have to wait until sunrise. These systems may not be productive or efficient by the intensive farming standards, but one thing they are sustainable. My father buys shirt, wears it for 25 years. Once all the stitchings are done, that's used for cleaning nice things, and then it is transferred to cleaning dirty things. By the time they are done with it, there is hardly anything left of that shirt. So the last thing he wants is a lecture from me. I lived in the US for 16 years. We produce more garbage than my family produced in an entire year. We just used to produce in a day. The last thing he needs is a lecture from me on sustainability. So if we are looking for models of sustainability in intensive systems to take to the other side, it's a completely reverse. Now then, what do these systems need? Oftentimes not productivity. They do need it. But all that complexity that I saw in my own simplistic mind, I reduce it to somebody wants to sell something, somebody wants to buy something. Whether it is inputs, services, livestock, products, doesn't matter. How do we build innovative systems that help solve this problem? That's the second point. That's a question, rhetorical question. The third and final point, innovation often never comes from within a field. If you look in the scientific history, it always comes at the interface of different disciplines. Physics, chemistry, physics, biology. I am fascinated by the Nobel Prizes that are any other step change innovations I'm talking about. Therefore, for this problem that we are talking about, if we keep looking within the sector, unlikely we'll find solutions. We'll have to go outside. Now, I don't know, I'm not knowledgeable about all the things happening globally. Would love to be educated. I'll give example in India. For financial system, India designed this universal unified payment interface, UPI. Has profoundly changed the entire financial system. Within a matter of 2 to 3 years, last year it processed $1.5 trillion. But most of that transaction came from small, really small payments. 1 cent, 2 cent, 5 cent. The adoption is amazing. Now, I have been super inspired by that design thinking, and I have been bringing them to help with livestock sector, and that was what I tried to do in India. It's still in the journey. Now, that I don't have the time to explain how it works, but I can speak to you afterwards. But it's an elegant system thinking that just reduce the complexity to ask, how do I bring financial transactions between people, between institutions, apps, banks, everything, minimalist and user-friendly. So, I don't know if after all this I'll get invited next year, after all I say all of this. What would be great to see here is not 1 or 2 pastoralists, like bunch of them. Not people who work with pastoralists, because what pastoralists say or what smallholder farmers say versus what people who work with, very different. There is loss of certain nuances. And people who have tried this in completely different segment, then we may actually buzz with ideas that collide because of this interface between disciplines. And if bunch of smallholder farmers and pastoralists are sitting in the room and they can't make sense of what I'm saying, or the PowerPoint slides that we show, or the words that we use, and they're scratching their head, that's a mirror to us, me. And I'll just leave that thought that let's challenge ourselves with that on how, if we truly believe that we need to come up with innovative models. Because if you look at the same trajectory intensive systems went through and imagine that to be the same case, it will go, that's not camel. You and I know. Then that means we are just taking linear projections of what has happened. And this financial revolution opened my eyes to say, we don't need to go from paper currency to credit card to digital. That's how everybody went through. We can completely skip the middle thing. So then we may have completely orthogonal ideas on how we solve for this, which I don't have many, but if you look at others, we may come with some. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I really have to apologize because these are all great interventions, and I think would probably behoove us to have a significant exchange now with the audience. But we've been asked by the GASL management to try to expedite our session. So can we give this panel a big round of applause and thank them for their inputs? And if you have any questions, you can also put them in at the barcode that you've received earlier in the session. So everyone will be around for the rest of today, tonight, and the next few days. So please do follow up with them if you want to continue these discussions. I want to thank also Sridhar for that great introductory kickoff presentation. We appreciate that. And I need to now ask our second group of panelists to come up and take the seat where the first panelists will vacate. So if you're a second panelist, can you already start coming up? And I will call your names out. Dr. Sarah Ashanut Osia, Project Coordinator, Resilient Africa Feed and Fodder Systems, AUI-BAR. Dr. Fred Unger, Academic Research Institute. He's the regional representative for ILRI in East and Southeast Asia, based in Vietnam. Dr. Astasit Kunanur, Sales Director, SEA Fly Lab Tech Company, based in Thailand. Evan Chaff, Beef Farmers of Ontario, Canada. And Paul Smith, Beef Research Scientist at Animal Sciences and TGASC, Agriculture and Food Development Authority in Ireland. Okay. Colleagues, friends, again, I already apologize for the time crunch, but we're going to ask you to keep to your 5 minutes and keep the GASL management happy. And if they're happy, then we're happy. So let's see, Sarah, you get the honors again. Ladies before gentlemen, over to you.
Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to be here. And I'm very happy the first team saved some time, so we get to use the time well. Often policy serves to legitimize rather than to direct what might take place. And I think this is what we have seen for the feed and fodder sector for Africa. We have actually been using a disaster management paradigm instead of a feed and fodder development paradigm. And for this, we have some very serious market failures. We have only 4 countries by 2021 which were on track to meet nutrition needs. That means 10% reduced stunting children to 10%. We also have a very huge gap. We are feeding those who can afford meat and milk instead of feeding those who need it most. And so we have 2 gaps. We have those who are purchasing power. We We have a $4 billion gap every year of importation, and we have children who are not being fed the nutrition that they need. What is this? Usually we like to look at it from the humanitarian emergency point of view, but we can also look at it from the business solutions that need to be addressed. So there are huge business solutions, huge livelihood opportunities right there. There are also employment opportunities right there. We also have conflicts. We have endemic conflict in many areas across Africa. And it is blamed on tribal things, it's blamed on cattle rustling and all this. But I think at the core of this really is the lack of a feed and fodder sector. So we are looking at issues like the recent 9.5 million livestock that were lost. This is equivalent to $2 billion lost and counting. This is the same as twice Kenya's food import, annual food import. It is 3 times Uganda's coffee export, just to give us a sense of the dimensions of the losses that we have. And we're not even counting the anguish in families. We're not counting the displacement in families. All of that has a serious bill. So we asked ourselves questions, and some of the questions we asked ourselves is this a humanitarian crisis? Is this, and finally the answer was, this is business. The ball that got dropped is business, and I really liked what he introduced, the person who introduced. He said we should have some business solutions to solve some of the things that we have. So like I said, feed and fodder is addressed from a disaster landscape because we are looking at the visible impacts. And we are in a sector, we have 30% of the world's livestock in Africa, but we don't feed them. In other regions, 60% of grain is dedicated to feed, but not in Africa. I don't think we have even 5% of grain dedicated to feed our animals. So, out of 42, we did a survey this year, and out of 42 member states that responded, we asked the question, have you done a feed inventory and a feed balance in the last 1 or 2 years? Out of 42 member states that responded to the survey, 37 reported on that issue, on feed inventory, and only 5 had done a recent feed inventory and a feed balance sheet. And all the 5 had a negative feed balance. Some of them as much as 60 to 70% deficit. So we asked, where is the emergency warning? Have you done an emergency warning? If you can only feed 3 or 4 of your animals, you must have already had an emergency alert. None of them has had an emergency alert, and I will not mention the countries. This shows you that we are using indicators, NDVI, we're using body condition, we're using humanitarian disaster indicators, which are output and impact level, and which are not attached to action to change the situation. At that point, we are looking at animals dying. That's why, again, we have 9.5 million livestock dead in the region. We have used the disaster paradigm, and we need to shift out of it. We need now to look at a feed and fodder sector. We need to have a sector that has a budget attached to it, and the expenditure and finance. It has to have contracting. It has to have alerts and actions to be taken. And so we want to have now a feed and fodder sector. I also want to just talk, and I will just take 1 minute, on pastoralists. For us, the pastoralist sector also, we feel that we have used approaches that do not apply. And I think this is functionality. And I want to give one example. Uganda hosted the African Dairy Association conference and exhibition, and out of it was fundamental change in how Uganda's dairy sector is arranged. They looked at the technologies and they said, well, we can approach this sector differently. Instead of high income, high input, high output, we can also look at milk collection. And so they did milk collection within the pastoralist areas, and they put in infrastructure for milk collection, which pastoralists own. They said, we can do this. They organized themselves, they organized finance, they organized how they feed the animals, they organized how they vaccinate the animals, and Uganda's milk production increased by 4,000%. Uganda has the second lowest milk production sector in the world. And this was based on looking at what is the appropriate technology that you can use to bring pastoralists into this sector. Of course, there are issues like the milk band, like the fluctuations in rainfall and that sort of thing. But now pastoralists were brought in to own their own production, and this improved. So Uganda went from being a net importer of milk to being a net exporter. Actually, I think at some point they had captured 16% of Kenya's milk market. We can do things differently if we start to connect people and make them part of the stake. A lot of infrastructure for pastoralists is outside of pastoral areas. It's remote to them. In fact, what happens with pastoralists, they get only 30 to 60% of the returns on their production. And they're exploited. So 19% goes into marketing, and the remaining 24 to 30% goes to middlemen. That is exploitation. And we need to change that and do more functional business models that give pastoralists a stake in their production. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah, thank you so much for your interventions. Very valuable. Thank you. I would actually like to ask our youth representative, Paul. You're on, and you have the opportunity. And I think, as we all recognize, the future is in your hands. Not you personally, but you as a collective youth. And we'd really like to hear your reflections on the policy issues from your perspective.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Scott. So just to give you a bit about my background before I start. My name is Paul Smith. I'm a researcher from the Irish Research Board, and my role is predominantly based on, say, increasing the sustainability of beef cattle production systems. But as Scott said, I suppose what I'm just going to touch on in maybe 2 or 3 points is some of the policy issues that I think are needed to try and improve or increase the number of young people entering into the sector. And indeed, I think if we can increase the amount of young people that do enter into the sector, I think that will play a key role to overall increasing the sustainability of the sector. And that's predominantly because, as we know, young people are often acknowledged as being willing to uptake new technologies and advances that, again, can have been shown to, say, reduce greenhouse gas emissions or increase animal health. So I think if we can increase the amount of young people that enter into the sector, I think that will have a long-term benefit to the sector overall. So firstly, I think one of the key issues that we need to do to increase young people coming into the sector is to provide them with adequate funding to get into the sector. So we all know that agriculture is quite an expensive industry to be involved in, particularly if you're a young farmer, if it means going out and buying livestock or buying land. I think there needs to be a push for policy to be in place to fund young people, or to provide them with funding schemes to go out there and, as I said, buy livestock or buy land or put in infrastructure on farm. And I think those funding streams can come from either public funding from governments, or indeed they might be given prioritisation in private funding schemes, so be it coming from banks, or indeed, I suppose, young people being prioritised as part of, I suppose, even, say, insurance schemes as well, to allow young farmers to again adapt to any adverse reactions that the sector might have. Another thing that I'd like to point out, or to state, is that I think any of the policy initiatives that we're starting to bring on board now, they're obviously going to have an impact on all of us young farmers going forward into the future. So I think one of the key things that we need to start doing as part of the development of policy is bringing young people into the fold while this policy is being developed. And I might just give you a brief example of how we're doing that in Ireland. So in Ireland, every decade, our agricultural sector produces a roadmap for the sector. So we have targets, say, to increase the profitability of the sector, be it for the dairy side, the beef side, or to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So as part of the latest roadmap that we have for the sector, it's called the Food Vision Target for 2030 for Ireland. As part of the vision, or I suppose as part of developing this initiative, what our government did is they basically bring in all the stakeholders within the sector. This includes the farm organisations. So in Ireland, we have a farm organisations that's purely dedicated to representing the interests of young farmers. So as part of the development of policies for our sector going forward, the young farmers were allowed to give their point of view as part of the development these policies, and to ensure that I suppose any of the policies going forward are going to be applicable to young people as well. And I suppose finally, just to finish off, I know there is some policy makers here and in the room. We often, I suppose, put out targets to say reduce greenhouse gas emissions from our sectors, or to increase production, or reduce AMR incidents on farm. But one thing that I'd like to challenge, particularly the policy makers, is to challenge them to set a target to increase the amount of young farmers that are entering into your sectors. So, as we know, in the EU, I've been in agriculture for about a decade, and from when I started in agriculture to now, there's the proportion of farmers under the age of 35 hasn't changed from 6%. So I think if we want to increase the amount of young people going forward in the industry, I think it's up to policymakers to start setting targets, and indeed even setting a roadmap in place to try and put in the initiatives in place to try and get more young people into the sector as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Paul, very much. Fred, you have the perspective as a researcher and have some regional obligations in your context, so over to you to hear your perspective.
Yes, thanks, Scott, to have a chance again also here to talk again. As a researcher, of course, we usually start with a review of policies on the topic we want to work, and we found that often policies are pretty much in place. Of course, implementation is an issue. Let me give you some examples. Animal welfare is located under the Animal Husbandry Law and Animal Health Law in Vietnam. Of course, implementation issues exist mainly because it's a relatively new topic for the country. One Health, we talked a lot yesterday. There's a Vietnam One Health strategic plan, and there's a Vietnam Health. There's a One Health partnership framework under the MAD, as a very high located. I think it's one of the strongest One Health approaches in the region. Issues, as I mentioned yesterday, is probably a razor on the grassroots level side. Collaboration is there still limited, and I give the example of the One Health field side. Food safety, Cambodia, where we work, and Vietnam as well, has a modern food safety law. Cambodia since 2022, Vietnam I think 2010. So it's well placed, but the export also is relatively well managed, but issues are in the domestic sector, and you can imagine with a huge traditional sector in both countries, this is often challenging. Food systems, we talked just about it in the presentation. There is a national action plan for food system transformation in Vietnam. It has been just issued, I think, recently in March 2023, also this year. And what we found very promising, it was really developed, integrated by different sectors and perspectives, and One Health and food safety is well integrated in the food system transformation planning. To summarize, implementation issues remain, maybe limited capacity of the sectors, of the regulators, and also missing incentives. And the second thing, the variety, scope, and capacity to change of sectors is probably not sufficiently considered in some of the laws. And finally, policy changes take time, keep that in mind, and strong evidence is needed. The food safety law is currently revised, and that's already for 4 years. Some innovations I would like to mention at least once, and you can see the poster out there in our booth. It's about the area available of safe, healthy, nutritious, level-based protein to all. The traditional sector is predominant in the region, particularly Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. We think about the pork sector for Vietnam, but it's produced by 60% of small-scale farms, 80% processed in slaughterhouses, small-scale slaughterhouses, and 80% in traditional markets. Food safety challenges, of course, exist. You can imagine simply because of the scope of the sector. And European partners have actually developed and trialed low-cost interventions at slaughterhouse and retail. At retail, just $25 to $35 per retailers. And actually, we have the key leading researchers here present in this room today. And we got very promising results, and they're currently scaled. And promising results means we have significant improved food safety outcomes. And again, they're currently scaled in 5 different provinces of Vietnam. As a policy pathways, as I said before, policy change takes time. We use different pathways, for instance, the Food Safety Technical Working Group of Vietnam, which is under the OHP partnership. Again, very highly located in a kind of top-down approach. And the National Action Plan of Food System Transformation, I mentioned that already, food safety is very well placed also, I think, part because of our results. And that I can hear, so that's all from my side.
So the question is, did you recognize that animal? Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. The next intervention is from Astasit, and in case you don't know, his program and what I hope he'll speak to are new innovative approaches for supporting feed of livestock and the use of black soldier fly meal as a possible option and some of the innovative ways forward for the industry. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much to give me the opportunity to share my work. Actually, everybody know about the insect industry. Please show your hand. Yes, I think so. Because nowadays, for the 10 years before, we have a lot of to research about the insect to repair the fish meal. Why? Due to nowadays, we have the problem with the demand of protein. The protein for the human and animal is very deficiency. It's very pricey. We cannot to supply from the natural for the environment anymore. We're looking for the new one. Can we make by ourselves? Insect is very important to know. We can't have the like a recycled product. We use the byproduct from food industry, everything to make the protein for human and animal. This is a very good business. In Thailand also, we are far up here. We do the bacteriophile. It's the one of the species of the insect. It's very, very well known in South America, America, Europe, and also the Asia. We found the innovation, investment, everything from Kakyu. They have also investor in the Wafit, the big of the bacteriophile. And also for last week, we have the Tyson. This is a key player from US. They have the investment with the protein, but the bacteriophile. Because everybody know about the importance of the bacteriophile, they can repeat 100% of the fish meal. This is very important. I think that it's good enough to have the policy, everything to support the business. Due to we quite successful. It's not only for a new thing. We have the research, everything research from aquaculture, from protein, boiler, and also soy. We show in our booth also for the research in aquaculture. If you need more information, just sit and talk together with our staff. It's like, yes, I confirm the insect, particularly for bacteriophile, is very, very good, and it's very good to have the policy to support the business, support the insect industry to be the new one to repair the fish meal. Yes.
Thank you very much. And again, for colleagues who are interested to know more, they have a Share Fair booth out in the hallway. And you're welcome to learn a whole lot more about black soldier fly meal and the initiatives they're taking on. Evan. You're up.
Hi, everyone. I'm Evan Chafe, fifth generation beef farmer from Ontario, Canada, and currently working for the Beef Farmers of Ontario, where we are the provincial voice for beef farmers in the province, and we represent our producers in the areas of sustainability, animal health and care, environment, food safety, domestic and export market development. And our mission is to provide leadership to foster a sustainable and profitable beef sector. And when it comes to policy and policy development, one of the most important points when we're moving into this transition to make our food systems more sustainable is the collaboration with the primary producer, as it's going to be affecting their life the most through the policy development. It was pointed out earlier by one of the keynote presenters that without producer input, even most well-intentioned policies could have negative progressions, and that's critical on even all the policies: land use, environmental stewardship, AMR, AMU, and then even financial support. And we're seeing this in Canada. A major challenge in Canada is the farmers in Canada represent less than 2% of our population, resulting in more of our decision makers and policy makers being a little bit disconnected from primary producers and the grassroots effect that the policies are having on them, which really emphasizes the need and the importance for that collaboration in between government, primary producers, other NGOs, and other stakeholders within the industry. Kind of lastly, before I move on to some of the policy successes that we've seen in Canada, is all the policies that we like to see need to be driven from science-based. When we're communicating this to our stakeholders, we need to be able to ensure that the policies that we are advocating for, implementing, can be backed up by science. And through that communication, I think it's key. Then we can take them and showcase them around the world as well. If they work here, maybe they can work in other places with some tweaks. So going on to some of the successes that we've seen in Ontario and in Canada in general is most of our policies, successful policies, have been driven from a collaboration of multiple stakeholders where everyone has a seat at the table and they are accountable to each other because of this. Recently, we have started up a program, we call it Living Labs, but it's a multi-commodity on-farm research program. Programs created and designed to make the relationship between government, researchers, and primary producers to drive both innovation and expand best management practices. The current program is largely focused on methane emissions, carbon sequestration, biodiversity, and nutrient management. And beyond the focus of the research, another main point of the project is to showcase to other producers the solutions that are derived from research but have farm level adaptability. I know there's a lot of academics in the room too, but producers like to learn from producers, and if you get one producer walk onto best management practices, it's a lot easier to then translate that to other farmers. They like to see it work in the field, and getting that first producer across the line is critical. Another program or programs that is very popular in Canada is any of our cost-sharing programs between industry and government. They become very popular and they help drive solutions forward that both the government and industry see as important. Cost has always been a barrier to change, and with investment in cost-share programming, it allows producers to make change on their farm without financially burdening their operation. Recently, again, just the way everything is, they're very much environmentally focused. But recently, with the disease threats around the world, we have seen more cost-share programming entering into, per se, biosecurity and other animal health disease options. And then maybe touching on one more point that we've kind of heard about it a little bit here, but it's kind of on the social factor, is we've seen an investment both between industry and government organizations for improved access to mental health. And I'll just finish up my point here. And we, in our countries, we see mental health just as important as physical health. And in conclusion, when developing policies, it's important to have all stakeholders at the table to ensure both we have outcome-based policies, but as well as we're accountable to everybody at the table. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for these interventions. Panel, distinguished panel. Again, a big round of applause for the panelists. And most of all, I again want to apologize to all of you and to our panel because we don't have time for Q&A. And so what I need to do is actually hand over to our farm animal noisemaker, who also has another job to undertake, which is to summarize our session. So Nitya, can you please come up and provide us with a summary? Please. We'll make noise if you go over 5 minutes.
So thank you. Sorry for being a harsh timekeeper, but we're running short of time and I have just 5 minutes. This was an extremely interesting session. Scott set the tone with an interesting statement about human right to a clean environment for the future. This was followed by a presentation by Sridhar Dharmapuri And he spoke about the 2021 Food System Summit, and it should have been in 2019, but due to COVID and lots of other reasons, it couldn't be held then. He spoke about food systems governance, the fact that Asia has, while there's been growth in GDP in Asia, there's still a lot of hungry people in this region. Talked about desirable food systems and policy discussion and a food system solution. I'm not going into details about this, just going to grab the main points. We went on to the first panel session. We had Dr. Huyam Sali, who spoke about policies for public-private partnership. I think her focus was on that. Increase in investments in the livestock sector. She talked about bankable arrangements and the fact that in a lot of countries in the region in AU-IBAR, a road network just doesn't exist. She spoke about the need for infrastructure to be built there. He then had the minister from Paraguay, who spoke about dairy and beef center systems, where how labs have been built with some of the collections which happen in the, I think, the value chain as the beef system go to market. He also spoke about increasing milk consumption in Paraguay, service and knowledge to be more competitive. And again, he also spoke about public-private partnerships. We had Dr. Sindhura Ganpati from India, who in fact raised the point that smallholder systems, in fact, and pastoral systems are sustainable, although they may not be considered productive. He looked for, actually one of the, I think the key takeaway from his system was to look for solutions at the interface between two different systems and not to necessarily look for within the system. So if you need something new coming out, you should look at the interface between two systems. And then he also mentioned that he'd like more people from the community who actually were farmers or pastoralists to be present here. Our next presentation was by Sara Osia, who spoke about how the paradigm being used to look at the livestock system was in a way faulty. She said the disaster paradigm was being used and instead we needed a feed and fodder paradigm. She spoke about the 9.5 million livestock lost in a drought. She also spoke about what was interesting is how in Uganda, by bringing pastoralists into the formal economy, there was an increase in milk collection by 4,000%, if I got it right. So an important step in how milk production by recognizing and making pastoralists visible. Then we had, I may have this a little, then I think we had Paul, who spoke about systems in Ireland, and he talked about young people entering the sector, adequate funding being in for young people to enter farming systems, and to set a target for young people to be able to enter because they are the future and they are the ones who need to lead the sector into a more positive space. We had Fred speaking about the policies which exist, especially in this region, but could not be implemented largely because of capacities not being in place or a traditional system being in conflict with new and modern policies, and the need to work on it. And he also said that you could go and look at a good innovation out there in the Share Fair. We have Astasi Kawenunur, sorry if I got your name wrong, who spoke over a very fascinating section on the insect industry. I think you also have something out there, and spoke about the black soldier fly as being a positive, a source of animal protein for the future. So if you want to know more about it, I suggest you can take a look outside. And finally, we had Evan Shah, who spoke about systems in Canada and leadership for sustainable beef sector. The big takeaway I had from you is when policies are made in Canada, if I got it right, you had a multi-stakeholder process where people sat together and actually discussed how policy was to be made, and farmers were involved in drafting policy. And the other thing which I thought was very important that you said was producers learn better from producers. So if you want to change in a farming system, you need to have one producer make the change. And I think that was a big takeaway from that. And I think with that, the session has been more or less wrapped up. Since I have the floor, I'm just going to make one announcement for tomorrow, which is that there is, in the evening, I'm sure you'll all be very tired, but we hope we won't tire you, but it'll be nice. At 6 o'clock in the evening, there is a plenary session. There's a side event on the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. And there are a group of us who represent the IYRP 2026, and we'd like you to attend this session, please. Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you for the panel. We have an announcement for today. When you leave this room today, please return your translation headset immediately because we need to change the battery for tomorrow. And if you lost it during the week, you may have to pay the fine. Thank you. And tonight, the dinner we prepare outside the hotel. And the bus will leave from the lobby at 6 p.m. Please, on time. It's 6 p.m. 6 o'clock tonight, we will leave. And group 4 tomorrow. Tomorrow, group 4 who are going to Chai Prakan. It's quite 3 hours from here. The bus will leave at 7:30 a.m. And other groups, the bus will leave the hotel at 8 a.m. sharp.
Yeah, one last announcement, please. On Thursday morning, because tomorrow we are not going to meet here, on Thursday morning, we will meet at 8:45. There will be a special presentation of 15 minutes by a colleague from INTA Argentina. Juan Alvarez will be presenting a very interesting short presentation on Argentina's actions to strengthen sustainability and resilience of livestock farming. So please remember, on Thursday morning, we will convene at 8:45. Thank you very much.